ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to some more Audacity Gaming action. We brought you our inaugural tournament, what's probably a month or perhaps a month and a half ago, and we had everybody come out. We had great support from Smite Games, Smite Pro, the SPL casters came out, and that was our big event for the previous month. Now, going back into regular season play here, my name is Kaizo, joined on the desk by Dr. Thanatos. We're going to be bringing you guys some week one action here of Soggy Toboggan versus the Trash Cans. This coming out of our Hero division from the NA region. And Thanatos, what are we expecting here from this Hero division?
I think 100% we're going to be seeing these typical bands of this Danza Apollo. These picks have just been absolutely dominating the entire scene, and I don't see any reason for that to change, even though this is a little bit of a lower division per se.
Right, and that gives all the more power to these picks that people feel comfortable on, right? Like if it's something that you're confident in playing, that's usually all that it takes to have a standout performance, especially in, like you said, these lower divisions, Hero Division, our second lowest here. But nonetheless, these boys going all the way at it. Cucullin starting off with the Order side ban, and then we're going to have Ao Kwang banned out against the Way. How do you feel about this Ao Kwang ban? Is this like a little bit weird to you, or is this something that you expected?
I would say it's a little weird, but considering watching through some of the challenger circuit or the qualifiers, sorry, you definitely saw some strong Ah Kwong play across the board in both NA and EU. To be honest, he is just if once you get to that late game, you are going to be destroying just about everything in sight. You have plenty of kill potential just by autoing the heck out of someone, as well as a great execute for finishing off some of those large tanky frontliners.
Well, there you have it. And then alongside that, man, these guys are just giving me tons of talking points. This Chang'e here, another god that sort of popped up out of nowhere. And this one, I frankly didn't even know was something that people were considering playing up until I actually saw it. But then I started to talk to a couple of people in the community, people saying, oh, yeah, Chang'e's pretty good in mid right now. Do you agree, Thanatos, that she's pretty good in mid right now? Or is this like a wacky sort of thing for you?
For me, I consider it a little wacky, but that does not mean it's not good by any means. The healing that comes out of the character is really strong, but I think the most important aspect about her is her ultimate in that waxing moon, where in these tight jungle fights, you're able to very easily clip 2, 3 people with that ultimate, and that becomes a 2, 3 second stun, and that in a matter of seconds changes the entire tide of a team fight. So I can see where people have been valuing this Chang'e.
Yeah, maybe not as good as Chiron is right now. I've heard that he's pretty good right now, but Scylla, certainly a god that people have been valuing for a while at this point. Saw her resurgence at Worlds and then has sort of rode out that high all the way to regular season play here. And across the way, Guan Yu, another god that frankly we see a lot more banned than picked.
Yeah, with Kukulin being banned pretty much every game, he's kind of your de facto second, top pick there in terms of solo laners. He just has so much early lane pressure with the Bluestone. And then you go to late game and you have infinite cooldowns because most likely you're going to be building a breastplate and a Genji's. And you're going to be spamming your heals left and right, spamming Tallow Assaults. Just every ability in the game is going to be spammed at the backliner and they're not going to have a chance to breathe.
While potentially trying to give them a bit of breathing room here as the trash cans hovering this Khepri and Bologna and giving a little bit more thought to this one. But yeah, I totally agree. Guan Yu, a very dominant force in the lane right now, and across the way, Bologna does get locked in, so that does give them something to fight into him with. I know Death's Toll gods have been pretty strong up until this point, especially with that Death's Embrace upgrade. How do you favor that lane matchup? Is that Bologna or Guan Yu, or is that sort of a stalemate?
I think it's going to be a bit more of a stalemate, but if Bologna is able to really get just a little bit of lane pressure just from, getting a gank or just, luck of the draw, Guan Yu gets a little lost in the sauce and doesn't know what to do, is Bologna can really start dominating that lane and really keeping him in the back of his tower, and he's going to be losing some of that farm and lose some of that pressure he has to rotate into these mid fights and just turn the entire tide of battle.
Well, we'll hope that he has his map through the sauce so he doesn't end up getting lost. But Raijin here, god that we don't see a ton of, but I think is pretty criminal because this god right now, with some of the changes to the starter items, has sort of begun to rise up, maybe not quite to the meteoric extent that Scylla has, but I think that he certainly has his place in the meta right now.
Yeah, I'd highly agree there. His damage numbers are really strong. And then the other thing on top of that is his early clear is nothing to be scoffed at. And against the Scylla, one of the ways to try to deal with her is through that early game. Her early game
Right?
is a little bit weaker. It's not as strong as a lot of these other mages. And Raijin can easily hit 2 off that first wave and go very aggressive onto her right away.
Man, what a world that we live in where I'm saying Raijin's looking pretty good in this slot and Persephone is still open. Camazot's covered here as we talk about this one and locked in, but Persephone falling down the tier list, I suppose, completely uncontested here through the second round of bans and even going into this second round of picks here as Chernobog gets picked up in short order. Where do you value this Persephone? Is she supposed to be here, or is it all right that we're missing her?
I think it's pretty typical to be missing her at this spot with how the new starts, how everyone has been starting on the red and then going into lane. Persephone has a bit of an issue starting on a camp. You don't really have those flowers set up and ready. You know, it makes choosing which ability you're going to start, your 1 or your 2, a little bit more awkward. It's just her early is just a lot more awkward, and that again makes her late game so much harder to really get to that point.
Right.
And even in late game, it doesn't feel like she's as strong as she has been in the past.
And is that a result of like some item changes or something? I mean, I don't want to linger too much on a god that's not even picked. It is just crazy to me that my most hated god in the entire game is not even looked at anymore. And I don't know, maybe I just want to talk about it a little more than I really should be here.
I mean, I do think it's some item changes. I think with how these, you know, these starter items have been going, things like Archmage's gems aren't the strongest on her per se, due to how she's a little more spammy in her abilities, and
Right.
you know, you're not going to get as much benefit out of that Archmage's. You can go the other upgrade from that starter item, but it's not nearly as strong, and that's where
Sure.
I think she lacks.
Well, we're going to go ahead and get into game here as people get situated and start heading toward these camps. Tainted Steel picked up by Bologna, and she is more than happy to walk out of Fountain with this one. I talked about Death's Embrace on the desk, but Tainted Steel looking pretty good in this game.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to look at the healing on the side of the trash cans. They have so much healing here. They have Cupid Hearts, they have Sobek 3, they have Camazotz being just Camazotz, they have Guan Yu heals. Every character except for Raijin here has some form of healing in
Sure.
their kit. So getting that anti-heal right away is just the best thing to do. And on top of that, Tainted Steel, it's been getting picked up more and it's been seeing more play, and people are starting to realize the true power that this item really does have.
Yep, definitely. And I mean, it definitely neuters her damage potential a little bit going into the later stages of the game, but I absolutely agree with you that you need this anti-heal online early. I mean, we hear a lot out of the SPL casters saying that if you wait until healing is an issue, it is already too late to start itemizing into the anti-heal. So very smart here from Shags to go ahead and pick this one up early on. Would you have preferred a Death's Toll just to give her the boxing potential? I mean, we talked about Guan Yu being very strong in laner. Do you think is this going to be her optimal play here?
I actually think this is a lot more of an optimal play than it may seem at a more, you know, casual-ish kind of level, because this team of the trash cans, they're going to be playing for late as a little bit of fighting going on here. Scylla getting the best of this Raijin, but you know, they're going to be playing for the late game here, and that Tainted Steel late can almost completely 100% anti-heal with a little bit of extra anti-heal items on top of that.
Yeah, definitely a good chunk to start with here. And speaking of chunked, we see Sun Wukong, well, not him, but Khepri, going to be very low under tower. And Daji, we saw a little bit of action from her earlier on as Heart Bomb on the Khepri. That's going to be her first blood. Happy Zappy picks that one up. Chernobog will barely manage to skirt his way out. I say that. Zappy walks into the tower, eats that shot, and will clean up a double kill for himself. So a very strong showing so far from the Trash Cans. Trying to make something else happen. Thunder Crash in here from the mid laner, trying to pick up this kill on the Scylla. Does still have that slow on her. Aegis buys enough time that Little Man will trade that one back out. So 1 for 2 overall, but the Trash Cans already coming out of the gate swinging.
Yeah, they're just pure aggression everywhere, and for a strange reason, they're extra sentient going in there to try to save the tower a little bit, but forgetting that this duo lane out of the Trash Cans are shredding through that entire side of the map. I mean, they have the kill lane here in this Sobek Cupid. We've seen this kind of resurgence since Cupid got those buffs a little bit back, and it's a kill lane for a reason. You pluck, you Heart Bomb, they're gonna die. It doesn't matter what point of the game, it's gonna happen.
And we saw that pretty much as you line it up there. Daji rotates over, doesn't have the damage, doesn't have the survivability, frankly, to even engage there. So a comfortable 3 kills for Happy Zappy here. I'm sure that he's happy and zappy about that one. We go into this early game stage thinking that perhaps this Camazotz might be the driving force, but I mean, the dual lane already popping off.
Yeah, I mean, 3 kills in duo very quickly. That's going to give you a lead. I mean, they have nothing crazy around like 800, but you know, at 3 minutes, that's pretty big, and it's going to lead this Khepri to be able to rotate into this mid lane fights and start really putting an impact in here and playing a little more aggressive than the Sobek. Sorry, excuse me, can be playing a lot more aggressive. If he misses a pluck, he's less likely to die, but you know, you're still hoping to aim for those plucks and getting kills.
Sentient jumps in here. Is the tick damage enough? Beads used, he might have thought that was an Aegis, but Sentient going to get that one nonetheless. Cavalry charge used in that solo lane, but Eagle's rally, it looks like, was enough to buy enough time to live through that one. Sentient sticking around a little greedy here, actually, trying to make something happen on this red buff. Gets the Paolo off after the blink, and that will buy her a moment of time, but I have to assume that Happy Zappy gets this one here as Sphodus gets Little Man once more. Zappy will rotate over and very happily clean up that 4th kill for himself. Khepri dashes outside of pluck radius and should be fine so far until Sphodus jumps in. There's a 5th kill for this Cupid, and this man is in a prime position to take this one into the late game.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is what everyone would call ADC diff.
Yes.
Yeah, with Fresh Trash here going the way of the Eye of the Jungle, he has little to no trade potential into this Cupid. On top of the fact he already isn't going to be doing that much early on Chernobog. I think this was just a strange pickup personally. I understand the reason for the Eye of the Jungle. The stats on it are really good. The attack speed, the power, MP5 or HP5, they're good. But the issue really lies in you're not trading anybody with Death Toll, Weather Cowl, anything to that extent. You're just dead.
And it's not, I don't even want to say that this is necessarily on Trash's shoulders though, right? Because he has 1 death. Like, it's not like he's out here just feeding his brains out. The man gets killed 1 time, and then Cupid finds plenty of kills elsewhere as the kill goes the way of Little Man. No beads available for him, so he does get plucked, but Chernobog is here to save the life and will disengage his mid laner after a solo kill onto J-Boy. So a shining light for Soggy Toboggan so far in this one as they have a little bit of something going on in the mid.
Yeah, this Scylla getting her damage off already is gonna help them a lot, especially with this lead on the right. And already 2 levels, finished the Chronos Pendant. She's gonna be slamming these Army monsters non-stop on anything and everything. And they're not gonna have much of a way to deal with it, at least as of right now.
And I'm glad that you pointed out Chronos Pendant. I didn't actually notice that she rushed that one before Boots, so that probably lends to how she has enough damage to get that one. Trash forced out of the bead, still turns around, gets hit by the Heart Bomb. Shouldn't be a stun though, so we should live to see another day. Zappy dashes in, doesn't quite have the auto to find him, but man, this guy's looking confident on this Cupid.
Yeah, he does not care. He knows he has the lead. He's got 3 levels. going to show it. He's going to go and just literally Fields of Love, Heart Bomb every single chance he has. It looks like he might be going into this Transcendence, and that'll give him some more cooldown as he's getting ganked here. But the dash, just good enough.
Well, you say that now. Diving the tower is this Daji, and she doesn't use the pillar to live, I guess. I mean, I was about to say she doesn't. Okay, let me rephrase. She should have lived there. That's all I'm gonna say. She had the Palau active. Cupid speeds were just about to come up. That felt like a good gank target to me, and then all of a sudden Cupid dashes into tower and Camazotz blinks into right. Shegs will be cleaned up on the back end of that engagement in left lane. So one going one way, one going the other way, and it's all coming up trash can so far.
Yeah, it's awkward there. As Daji, you need to be using that pillar basically faster than you think you need to be, as trading out ultimates here in mid as the I'm a Monster doesn't even kill the minions here, and then now Raijin saying it's time and finishes her off right there. But as I was saying, as the Daji, you need to be using that Palau quicker. You need to be using it more aggressively, as she's not using it now either.
No, I mean, to be fair, she didn't need it there. Like, could she have gotten the kill? Maybe, but better to save it for a better spot when she's maybe not 1v2 to begin with. And I miss Raijin. Like that whole the big man energy where you just jump in on somebody and go, yeah, I'll kill this guy just one-on-one. You don't see a whole lot of that anymore. It's a lot of these artillery style mages. I'm looking specifically at the Scylla. If you die to Scylla in a 1v1, you're probably doing something you shouldn't be. But Raijin just does the damage, and Cupid looking to do some more over here. Heart Bomb, Fields of Love, that's going to be it for Fresh Trash. Unstoppable is Happy Zappy 8 minutes and 30 seconds into this one, and you have to turn some attention to this duo lane.
Yeah, there needs to be just something. If this Daji is going to come over here and rotate, if Sentient's going to try to get a kill like he did earlier, he's going to need backup. He can't just be 1v1ing this Cupid. The Cupid is now level 11, halfway done with his Transcendence, finished with the attack speed boots. You cannot touch him at the moment unless you have 2-3 members all diving in quickly on him.
I'm trying to find somebody to touch here. Cavalry Charge forced out. It has the Chernobog ult over the top, but no rotation coming, so that's going to be a solo kill for the Pert. Bellona had Eagle's Rally, didn't seem to have time to get it off there. I thought that we might have seen a team fight engagement. Everybody was all posturing in the right lane, but Chernobog instead lands on Cupid and is just back under his tower. I mean, you almost feel like they have to either pick gank the Cupid or rotate away from the Cupid using the Chernobog ult, but they don't really seem to be doing either one.
Yeah, I believe as now the pluck comes in, Scylla, low HP, able to get out with the dogs, but that does not mean that Spodus is done with this yet. Khepri ult put on to Little Manton, and he's still 1 HP, but the Sobek uses the Sickening Strike just a second too early.
Good Palau here, buying some time outside of the Raijin ult. Happy Zappy cleans up another one, but apparently Raijin ult lasts longer as Sentient has to jump out of that one. Scylla will clean him up in response, but it's a 1-for-1 here. You gotta feel for Clef, man. He tried to make that play on the Khepri res, just timing it, or at least thinking that he was for when that was going to reset, but maybe a frame or two too early, so just resets him instead. That would have been a nuts individual play, but instead no kills in the kill column for Clef here. But I don't think that they're too sad about that, as Bellona once more trading this Guan Yu. I don't think this is her best play here. Guan Yu gets the heal off through the Tainted Steel, dashes through, sends her back for the 3rd time this game, and like I was about to say, regardless of how these fights go, it seems like trash cans are just always coming out on top.
Yeah, I mean, in that scenario right there, that Bellona, you can't trade there. She doesn't have that Death Toll. It's not a scenario where you really want to take one of these fights, these extended fights. You're going to be losing those. So you need to, with how with how you're starting, you got to pay more attention to that kind of thing and really decide how you're going to take your fights as Extra Sentient going in and just killing himself, trying to defend a Fury.
Well, you said how will they take these fights? I'm going to go with not like this, as Svotus tries to make something happen on the back end, does manage to clean off the mid laner. Not everybody, every day you get to see a Khepri getting a kill. I mean, you respect the hustle, right? They see the Gold Fury pull, they're like, oh man, we shouldn't let them do that. And then they just all kind of jump into certain death. And then even after stopping them and losing the fight, now they also lose the Gold Fury. So this fun slide that we saw on both of those XP and gold graphs going to get a little bit steeper here off the back of that engagement, as Trash Can's now roaming the jungle just looking for trouble.
Yeah, that entire Gold Fury around fight just kind of was each member of Soggy Toboggan coming in one at a time, making it really easy for Trash Cans to pretty much in comms go that one, and then they finish it and go that one, and just quickly doing that. And as Soggy Toboggan, even while behind, if you're gonna try to put some presence on that Gold Fury, you're gonna need to send more than one member at a time. It wasn't even able to get the Palo ult was sentient, which on top of that just delays and just weakens that entire Fury attempt even more.
Right. Yeah, like lambs to the cosmic slaughter, they go in one by one and very quickly picked off one after the other. Like I said, you respect the idea, but I don't think that it's the play. And once again, we respect Bellona still trying to fight into this Guan Yu from 3 levels behind, but I don't necessarily know that that's her best play. Once more, forced through tower, actually, as is Chernobog here. Dash in from Happy Zappy. No ult needed to clean that one up, so that is a 10th kill for this Cupid here.
Yes, 6, right around like 5.5 levels down is Fresh Trash to Happy Zappy.
Which, by the way, is an insane amount of level.
Yeah, that's not normal. You're not going to see that in almost any game. But at this point, he cannot do anything in that lane, and he's not going to get any help because it's not worth it at this point. I mean, 10-0-4 Zappy, you just let him go do his thing and hope he doesn't trade. And I hope he doesn't rotate. At the moment, he hasn't really rotated too much other than that Gold Fury fight. So a little bit of misplay there per se for Trash Cans. They could definitely be in a further lead if they just sent him to go do anything at this point, to be honest.
Well, it's silver lining, if nothing else, for Soggy Toboggan that he's not rotating, as Camazot's looking for a 1v3 here in the jungle, gets the ult forced out, nobody quite nearby enough, but now the cavalry's coming in. Palau not connected with Kepriel will be forced out for that disengage after lurking in the water. She runs right back into trouble, though, as they pinch her in the jungle. Does the Camazots have the damage to turn this one around? Teleport actually canceled there by Sentient, as Photos puts her down 5-1 for this Camazots as the fight moves over into this mid lane. And we said Zappy wasn't rotating, he must have heard us, because now he's, I guess, looking for a Pyromancer.
Yeah, I mean, with this Death Toll trans, that Pyromancer does not exist on top of those hearts. They win the fight over there by the red buff on the side of Soggy Toboggan, and on top of that, they get a Pyromancer. They pretty much are just running the show right now. Trash Cans. They have room to do just about anything and everything. And right now, I think now would be the time to start getting some wards around on that Fire Giant, which they do have at least one. And, start trying to push for a fight right around there, because what does Soggy Toboggan do? They don't have a hunter to contest. They have an I'm a Monster from the Scylla, but she's not getting anywhere close at the moment with how much damage is coming out from just Clough and Pert alone.
And here comes Zappy once more looking for the 1v1. I don't think, oh my god, that Chernobog had any chance of living through that one. Sentient also caught out in the jungle and put down alongside his ADC. So 2 kills pretty much for nothing here for the Trash Cans. And you lead me into what I like to ask all of my Chair 2s when this sort of thing happens. What do you do if you're Soggy Toboggan? What is your game plan to get back into this one?
The only attempt I have here of an analysis here is hope Trash Can all DC from the game for about a minute or two.
Okay.
Go steal every single inch of farm in the entire map.
Right.
And then now you're not down, right around 9k. It's maybe, 4.5. And then you can try to contest a little bit of a fight. But in all reality's sake, it needs to be ignoring all of Trash Can for the most part. If they are going to push an objective, you can't contest. Don't worry about it. If they want to take a fight, run away like they currently are. Just get the farm you can get, which is what they have been doing at the moment, though, thankfully.
Man, you could see Perd's thought process. He goes up on the horse, he's like, dude, I can dive this Scylla. I can dive her right now when she's dead. And then his team's clearly like, no, it's not worth it. No, you're gonna die for it. She's 4 levels below you. And then he does like that about face on the horse. I don't know, just kind of funny for me to watch. But now Trash Can's extending a little bit further into the jungle. We've seen a lot of farming their own camps, then killing when it's, convenient. But instead it looks like they are gradually pushing the line of what is their farm forward here as they take Scorpion, red buff, mid camps, pretty much everything but the backs and speed of Soggy Toboggan here. And we're pretty much spiraling at this point toward a eventual victory. And I think that Soggy Toboggan really needs to recognize that and then pick a fight. I mean, you said that they need to avoid the trash cans, but when they're diving your tier 2, you kind of have to realize that that's only going to get worse if you let them keep farming.
Yeah, you're completely right there. At some point, you have to see a fight and go, this is it. This is our all-in fight. We're going to use everything because otherwise it's game over. If we, if we don't fight, game over. If we lose the fight, game over. If we win, well, the game is actually extended and things might happen as, oh my lord, Zappy. Relax.
There was a Dashi there. She is no longer on this plane of existence, but now she's dead. Bellona sees her opportunity, apparently, and forces beads out of Raijin, so there's something, at least. They're going to have to execute on that timer if they're trading out Daji's life for it. But look at my man Zappy just frontlining for these fights. Like, yeah, I'm level 20. Step up to me. Come on, Khepri, pluck me. See what happens. And they very handedly take down that middle tier 1 tower, and now looking toward this fire giant side of the map. This has to be given up, right?
Yeah, I mean, Soggy Toboggan there, they use that Kernabog ultimate for vision, so they know they're stepping over here. But it looks like, they do want to throw some pressure here, it looks like. They don't want to give this away completely for free, as this fire giant literally already gone in an instant. I'm a monster too late, and she's going to get collapsed on as Little Manton. And so is the Bellona of Shags, and now Khepri locked in, and that's game right there. That was not the fight you should be taking.
I disagree. I think that's the right call, wrong execution. True. This was a matter of time. Let's be realistic.
Yeah.
I think that Little Man going for the steal, that's kind of like your Hail Mary, right? Like you're down 21 points in 3 minutes to play. You don't have time to just like systematically run the ball up the field. You pretty much have to chuck it at the end zone and see what comes up. So I don't hate Little Man dashing in there to try to get that steal off. I think that if they wanted to make that play, they probably need to go a little bit sooner, but definitely the right call, I would say. As much as it pains me to say it based on the way that ends up. I mean, it's hard, it always feels bad to say you made the right call and lost the game. But I think that when you're already that far behind, that's pretty much all you've got.
I mean, you got a point there. I mean, what can you really do? That fire giant will just end the game. Like, it's simple as that. So I do see what you're coming from. But you could see the hesitation from the front line there of Soggy Toboggan, that below Khepri were kind of hesitating, really getting insight to get that vision. Had they had that vision, that might have allowed Little Man to get in there with that I'm a monster sooner and really, actually have a chance to steal rather than, be just about half a second to a second too late. But, hindsight's 2020. So, what can you do in the moment except do what you think is the best play?
Well, there's not a whole lot of moment left as this game already over. They take game 1 here pretty handedly, 18 or so minutes, give or take. And now going into game 2, what kind of changes do we need to see out of these teams? If they're going to drag this one to a 3-game set, this is a best of 3 matchup here. What do you need to see doing differently in order to get this to a best of 3?
Well, one, they need to either remove Cupid from just the game entirely, steal it, ban it, something.
That's a good play. I like that.
That might be probably your first step. Second step would most likely be something in the realm of, we need to change out our ADC. He went a very interesting build with Eye of the Jungle into Soul Eater, and then went into Fail Not. Is very interesting build for cooldown's sake, but past that, he really didn't do any damage at all. It's literally
Right.
second least damage next to the Khepri. So it's really, to me, comes down to ADC more than anything else.
Yeah, they're gonna have. I mean, yeah, I think that it's safe to say that that game you have to do something differently on the dual lane side of the map. Like if you are 6 levels down, then you have done something wrong. It is as black and white as that. So taking him off the Cupid, making him play something else, I think that that's a totally fine play. I also think that maybe a little bit more attention lended to that side of the map could potentially lead toward a little bit more of a competitive game. Because I mean, let's be honest here, he got 5 kills in about 2.5 minutes on the Cupid, and then they didn't have a dual lane side of the map anymore. And it's not just duo side; they lost mid pressure off of that. They lost jungle pressure off of that. It's just hard to play from that far behind when you have a lane that you can't even look at without this man just Cupid ulting you.
Yeah, I think one of the adjustments they could have made once they realized that duo lane was pretty much a lost cause was Sentient could have, rotated more into that solo side and tried to put a little bit of pressure on the Guan Yu. Try
Yep.
to get his Bellona a little bit of room to try to, just rotate out for, sort of free to an extent. Like I think that is one way they could have adjusted as well. But you just have to figure that out on the fly. And at some of these lower end teams, it's part of the learning curve of competitive Smite is
Sure.
learning in the moment what do we need to change right now and then.
And I don't think it was necessarily for lack of trying as we go into game two picks and bans here. I mean, Sentient he tried to gank the Cupid, it didn't work. He tried to go over to that solo side of the map at least once or twice. There just wasn't an opportunity there. Tried to dive in mid, just barely didn't have the damage. So I don't think that that's necessarily them not trying different things. I think that it just wasn't their game at that point. So definitely a mental reset sort of game, and they do end up banning out the Cupid. I think that that's a very smart play, but that leaves us Guan Yu open to be picked up once more.
Yeah, I mean, Purge just going to run this one back. Had a pretty great time in lane there. I believe he went undying that whole game as well. Just kind of chilled in lane and did Guan Yu things throughout the heals late game, protection shred late game, did legitimately everything you could need from a Guan Yu, and
Yeah.
he did it well. So what more could you want? If they're gonna give it to you again, run it right back.
Yes, sir. And they snap lock that one in. So across the way, now looking for a counter pick. They are not going to be electing for this Bologna again, I wouldn't think. And Uller, I really like this play because you see a lot of teams where if their dual lane gets frankly run like it did last game, they go, well, we better pick something late game and try not to fight him. That way we don't have to worry about him snowballing. No, 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 no. None of that. Pick an Uller, cram an axe down his throat, and then make him make plays. I love this call.
Yeah, that's what Uller is gonna do, especially with this Sylvanas. The lane pressure this dual lane is gonna have is ridiculously high, and it's gonna allow them to really just start, as you said, the Uller can just start launching those axes
Chuck him.
at the side of trash cans. And what are they gonna do? They're gonna have to just try to dodge and weave as best they can. And if Fresh Trash is a good Uller, you might see him get a lead in that lane, and you might see him actually do a
Yeah.
little bit of something more than hiding in the corner with Eye of
Wait,
the Jungle.
wait just a second.
Oh
Hang on.
no!
Hang on.
Oh no!
No,
No!
no, no,
No!
no, no. Let me forget whatever we were just talking about. That is no longer on my mind. Set got through picks and bans this game. And I didn't notice it. You didn't notice it. They pick something that's not set with first overall pick. Then it goes over to the other team. And then they pick set. What season is this that
I
this is even happening?
I yeah, I completely blend. Like, we wanted the Cupid ban,
Right?
and they did the Cupid ban, but in that last game, that was the slot where Sagi Toboggan banned the set. So, yeah, oh my, I think, okay, so take back everything I said about that dual lane pressure, getting that early. No, you need to pick up this set right away
Oh,
after this
my
after
God,
they
man.
don't pick it up first pick. This set is probably one of the strongest characters that has probably existed in the history of Smite
Yeah,
at this moment.
yeah.
He's unstoppable.
If you're unaccustomed to competitive Smite and you're wondering why we're overreacting, because we're not overreacting. This god is actually just that good. I mean, if this god is unbanned and you don't pick it, you better have a very specific way to counter this god. Because frankly, Set is, like you said, one of the strongest characters this game has to offer right now, if not ever. And Oleron, I actually think is a great counter to Set. I've
Yeah.
played a lot of Set myself, and if I have to pick a backliner that frustrates me to dive, it's probably gonna be Oleron.
Yeah, I'd highly agree. The ultimate out of Oleron, it's insane in those team fights if you get it in a good positioning. And with how Set has to be, basically inside you to do a lot of the damage initially, you have you have a bit of time there to throw out that giant slow field. And slow him down, get a chance to run the other direction, knock him up, something, maybe even kill him in that time. So it's a good pickup there with the Oleron, but I'm interested to see if this one actually is going to go mid or if it's going to go into the duo lane.
Well, it looks like Fresh Trash going to be piloting this one here, so I guess that will be a dual lane Oleron and then Uller in the mid lane. I don't love it as much in that case. I think that Oleron's much better to just sort of be left on an island over there and then just kind of, we'll see you in 25 minutes sort of thing. I also think that kind of counteracts my whole give the ADC an Uller and make him make plays sort of thing. So the pieces are there. I'm just not sure that they put them in the right slots in the puzzle. And man, Trash Can's just, what a draft they came away with here. This looks like a blind pick almost.
What if you're gonna pick basically 5 of the top gods in each role, you're pretty much looking at a Guan Yu, a Set, a Scylla, an Anhur, and a Ymir. Every single one of those are extremely valued in pretty much all levels of play. So it's crazy they were able to pick off all of these things. And you look on the other side, you see the only high pick rate per se being the Sun Wukong. It's absolutely crazy they got these 5. And if they play them any bit as well as they did that last game, this game will probably end even quicker.
Yeah, it could be short. I will give you that one. But I will say, if you're giving up these meta picks, because I've played on teams that do that a lot, where they're like, well, we don't really want the meta stuff, just let them have it. That's a strategy that you can employ, but whatever you pick in response, you better be damn comfortable on. And we saw Wukong had like 7,000-ish stars. I mean, the guy's literally named after the god that he's playing. I have to assume that these are characters where they go, well, we're giving them the quote-unquote good stuff. What are we the best at? Playing individually, meta be damned, what are our best gods? And I think that if these aren't their 5 best gods, then it's a mistake, but we don't necessarily have that information.
Yeah, I mean, there is moves. Sorry, I'm breaking right now, but there is aspects of each of these characters that do well into each of these other characters as well. I mean, Ymir kind of doesn't like that Oleron ult that terribly much. He can go into the ultimate, but you're still stuck right there in place in the middle of that giant field. So, there are definite matchups as just going straight in as this Ymir and her just trying to finish off this Oleron 1 HP. Gets out, but that's some of the issue you're going to have here with this Oleron Sunwoo is this Ymir and her do not care.
Hang on. So this Wukong, I thought that this guy was the support of this team, and he is. He's over here on this Wukong. And I'm looking over here as Ymir blinks and beats down on the Oleron. No shell for him either. Impaled into the wall, pushed around, happy zappy. Tell me if you've seen this before. First blood here in the duo lane. I thought that it would be Sylvanas support, but Mannequin Scepter Sylvanas solo going to be the play instead. And if you like weird stuff, then this is your call.
I mean, it is a strat. I cannot disagree with that statement. Into a Guan Yu, I'm not 100% the thought there. I mean, I imagine as OP Sunwoo just getting caught out, not really sure why he was so far into the side of trash cans. But as we were saying, like the heals, this Sylvanas can keep up with the heals on this Guan Yu. Now the wave clear, it looks like he is keeping up at least at the moment.
I would hope so.
Yeah, Mannequins is Mannequins and Sylvanas is Sylvanas. So, you know, you're going to get those clear and you're going to have it. So maybe their goal here is to basically I'm trying to think what the
this is weird
like the most logical thought behind picking the people where they have them.
I mean, I've only seen these teams play once. This is week 1. I've only seen one game out of them. We say a lot, if you're gonna pick weird stuff, do it if you're at a disadvantage. Like, give them something they're not rehearsed against and then play it out and see how they respond to it. But, like, it's only game 2. You don't have to go to these weird extents. I mean, maybe this is something they practice. I don't know. Definitely something to keep an eye on as we go into the later stages of the league. But if this is something normal for them, then teams are going to have to adjust in picks and bans because this is throwing me for a loop, frankly.
Yeah, that is one of the greatest advantages of having a little bit of a, we'll call it jankier team, as the wall for the Ymir completely blocks out OP Sunwoo from getting out and allows Happy Zappy to get yet another kill and get yet another lead in this game. But now even fighting in mid lane here, oh my.
Well, tell me if you've heard this one before. Happy Zappy gets a double kill and is now 2-0 in that lane. But Little Man, I mean, we like to see aggressive Ullr gameplay. You're not playing this god to play passive. And Bastet also looking to go aggressive here on this set. Now outnumbered, now out of mana, now Kingslayer, now in Fountain. Sentient tries to make something happen, but apparently didn't have the information that Ymir waiting in the rafters to jump down on top of her and spook her and send her back to base.
Yeah, I mean, a little aggressive. You're not getting any backup from that Ullr there, and so, you know, jumping in there, already a little bit questionable, and then on top of that, the Bastet's only being 4 at that time, and the set taking over to 5 right at, you know, right once he finishes those bucks.
Oh, what a legend.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I'm enjoying watching the Sylvanas. Like the guy picked Guan Yu again because he's like, oh yeah, I fragged on this game 1. Give me the Guan Yu. I'll run this lane. Now he's in his tower against a guard. I don't know. It's just funny to me. But
it's
at this point, Toboggan needs to Trash Cans need to play on solo side of the map. Like, you're already down in dual lane. Write that one off. See what happens there later. But if you've got the Sylvanas, enable him. And instead it looks like Trash Cans are trying to make something happen on this side, but nothing really doing here as blue buff respawning. They have to look at the solo side. Like, you are already behind in dual lane 2 levels now. We talked about how they needed to do something different over there. They didn't. Now make the adjustment. Now swap focus to solo lane.
Yeah, the solo focus, not exactly possible at the moment as this set Guan Yu going extremely aggressive into Sylvanas. Set able to get the kill there. So, blue buff invade into a kill. Maybe solo's not the area we should be looking at if we're Soggy Toboggan. Maybe mid is now where you want to go.
Well, I don't know. They still do need to look at solo, but they need...
Yes.
They need to enable the Sylvanas. You can't just leave him alone. No matter how much pressure he has in that lane, he will still die to Kingslayer cavalry charge if it's available. So just give the man some leash to play as he wants in that lane, and instead they just kind of leave him to die. I definitely think that they need to be making the adjustment over there.
To be fair, a red buff invade here for Soggy Toboggan, able to steal the red buff from Trash Cans. So getting a little bit of something out of nothing there is exactly what you want to do when you have a disadvantage here. As OP Sunwoo on the Sunwoo going up into the ultimate back down for some damage, but Cluff on the Ymir able to keep him in place with that ultimate and shred him through with the Charge of Ice.
Yeah, he had the stall where it's like, oh, you're going to use Kingslayer? What if I'm up here, huh? And then he, just lands back down and dies. So maybe not the best call to go back in there, but like you said, there are inklings on this team comp of we picked this because of this, and I think that that's an indication of that, where they use Kingslayer that's supposed to kill supports early, and he just jumps up in the cloud and you can't kill him. So definitely the concept is there. They just need to work on the execution a bit. And speaking of execution, Sentient potentially facing his own here, and will certainly do that as Scylla hits that root and they just surround and pound him. So they're making the plays. They're just not coming up on aces. And there's
hello.
a lazy back, but we take those. We take those.
Yeah. You run with those. As the freeze out from Clough here, able to get him away for now, but the speed, the blink out used to get out. But I was gonna say, as now overextended here, is Little Man. Looks like he's 100% dead here. Ultimate out of the Sylvanas and Set, able to secure him, and now OP Sunwoo trying to get out, but last hit goes to that Set. Like, that play was not. It started really weird. For Soggy Toboggan, Sentient just going in completely by himself, trying to steal Scorpion from 3 people. Then, he gets some backup about 2 seconds later after he's dead. They almost get the Ymir, and then Ymir gets back up and is able to trade out both people who tried to hurt his team. It's just weird fights all around, but again, they're just going the way of trash cans.
But man, like, all of that aside, Shegs is the kind of dude that I want to have a beer with. Like, this guy's got a ring on Sylvanas solo with a mannequin scepter. I don't care what else is going on in this lane. I mean, it's sad that he's 2 levels down with this insane build that he's going for, but he's just vibing over there, regardless of what's happening on the map, and I'm so down with that.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he probably could have died a lot more here. But he knows what he's doing on Sylvanas. That's what we'll say. As the ultimate comes out, just trying to not die, basically. But pushed into his tower now. That Guan Yu finishing the boots, getting a little bit more levels. Now has the lane pressure, so it's going to be a little more awkward here for Shegs to really do much of anything for the most part.
He's got this.
You
just wait on that Hellkind power spike. Yeah. As Scylla trying to win this 1v1, Axe off the mark, as is I'm a Monster, so nothing really happening there. Honor actually forced out of the beats, but has Ymir waiting in the wings here, so what was aggression from Chaos side instead turns into Order side aggression, as Clough just kind of escorts them back into tower and reminds them that that's where they belong. We've seen a whole lot of this duo side pressure, man, and we haven't seen Sentient really make rotations to this lane. Like, he's been for the red buff invades, fighting in mid, but no side lane attention pretty much at all.
Yeah, he's been on that side of the jungle. All he has to do, like right now, except there's a few members in the way, is just take a few steps that direction and just help his Oleron just get a little bit more room in lane. If Oleron with a little bit of room gets more use out of the ultimate, you cover more area, you get to zoom around a little bit more as the Gold Fury already being started and already looks like it's basically dead at this moment. And it is.
I think that you've got a point. Like, Sentient probably watches this cast back and goes, well, you stupid caster, look what happens when I try to rotate. There's a Ymir and a Set there. What am I supposed to do? But, like, maybe go over before then, Azula.
Yeah,
he doesn't
before they want to Gold Fury. Yeah, as getting focused out here is little man. He's very little
time to live here. Jumps in, Spotus just executes him with that charge, or excuse me, the skewer, as it's technically called. This is looking bad for Trash Cans. Like, we thought, I had hopes for game 2 based on how game 1 went. Total shift in direction, total shift in game plan, but still the execution has not been there.
Anher just does not care, just goes straight from the purple buff, jumps over onto the Oleron, throws him backwards and hits him with at minimum 6 hits of those. Oh, hello.
Good boy. Extra Sentient on the rotation. That settle will do.
That's exactly what you need. If that carry is gonna go super aggressive on your side of the map in that, too much fighting. They need
Come
a fight so
on,
I can
dude.
analyze. Oh my
Right.
word. Okay, but the Bastet, sentient, able to come over there and do what he needs to do. If that carry is pushed up, you come over there and you punish him for it.
Yep.
And then he was able to do that. But, you know, on the other side of the map, Trash Cans, not one to let Soggy Toboggan get any kind of a lead or just something over there and just kill the Sylvanas.
Yeah, I frankly I was hoping that we would see another fight while you were analyzing that, just
I was
so that
not.
we could give
I'm
you
not
something
ready
else.
for that.
But it's just so sad to me when this tree gets chopped down, even though he was fragging in the lane early on. I mean, this is, as they watch this back, I think they have to realize the dude was nuts in the early game. They need to lend him some pressure. Don't let him just get chopped down for free. But it is definitely signs of life here out of Soggy Toboggan, that they're willing to make those rotation to duo, make something happen off the back end of a positive engagement for Trash Cans. They're basically cleaning up whatever they can get.
Yeah, I mean, as far as this is week 1 of the tournament here, so
Right.
the whole league, so it is possible here that Trash Cans end up being your complete #1 team, and Soggy Toboggan
Yeah.
will be somewhere around like the middle of the pack, and this is
Sure.
just kind of showing exactly where you know, top teams will be. So there is the signs of life for Toboggan can lead to other wins in other games. So don't think they're completely out of it. As
That did
Sunwoo
more
here
damage
is
than I thought.
actually completely out of it.
Bastet with the ult on the back end, trying to clean up the Scylla. Aegis forced out, Beats forced out, jumps back. Ymir's waiting there, though, and with no movement ability, Happy Zappy cleaned up in left. I should say that this is a kill on Bastet, but instead, Lil Man drops the damage on Svodus' head. Here's the turnaround we've been waiting for. Bastet still alive, still chunking out the damage. Jump over the Glacial Strike here from Little Man. Blink, the man is styling in the mid lane. Cluff gets out of this one so far. Will eventually fall, I would hope, to some of the damage here from Bastet combined with the Euler, but really just jockeying around for positioning. Here comes Guan Yu trying to save the life, just off the mark with the hail of arrows, and Cluff lives? Are you kidding me?
That's one of those, after that play, you just walk away from your keyboard and you just don't come back until you just don't. Like, major props to Cluff there. Like, he completely avoided just about everything. He had almost no mana, but was able to perfectly use the freeze and the slow just to get him out. And on top of that, good old juke shoes, like you said. You're not hitting me with anything as long as I'm blinking around.
I will say, despite how exasperated I am that Cluff lived, that was a great turnaround from Lil Man. Getting the shutdown onto Svodus, very big, and then at least proving that they're capable of making something happen on the back end of these engagements. And that's really what you're looking for if you're playing from behind. You don't get a whole ton of, this is our win no matter what. You get a lot of, well, after they do this, we can do this. And recognizing where their opportunities are here is Soggy Toboggan, and making something happen. Definitely good to see.
Yeah, if Trash Cans are going to push that aggressively, they got the tower. In most
Look at
scenarios,
this on her.
Oh, he does not care. But in most scenarios, I think Trash Cans would have back off there, but they're definitely feeling themselves, as Happy Zappy is 100% feeling himself as well. But he's kind of a little bit surrounded here, and actually gets killed for it. Yeah, he actually gets killed for it, being a little... This is what Soggy Toboggan are going to keep doing, as I'm not sure what Little Man was doing by himself on another 3 members.
And now Svodus has the Kingslayer available, no Sandstorm here, so waiting on that for this chase out. Gets a frankly huge amount of damage off onto Trash. Scylla not quite on the mark, but doesn't matter. Gets the root, gets the crush, and that's going to be a double kill here for the Trash Cans. And just when we were saying it looked like Soggy Toboggan knew what they were doing, they get that huge pick onto Happy Zappy, they immediately turn around and stand in no man's land to get murdered for it.
Yeah, so yeah, Trash Can's feeling himself a little too much. Like in that mid lane fight, they took the tower. Most scenarios, you'd probably back off and be like, hey, we got that, we took it. But they're feeling themselves. So they said, we'll keep going. And Little Man punishes them for it. And that's what Soggy Toboggan's gonna need to keep trying to do. That didn't really work out too well on that Fury side. They were able to get Happy Zappy though. Giving him a death or two, definitely gonna hurt his stat lines at the end of the season. So we take those. But
and by the way, good time to mention it. All of these games are recorded on SmiteNoobLeague.com, excuse me, and stat tracked, so you can see at the end of this one, my man Happy Zappy dropping some fat numbers on this one. And that's the benefit of all of these games being uploaded to the website, which you can find on the Discord. After these games are over, you can do review on the team that you're playing against next week. You go, okay, what did they play? They played on her. They played it well. They played Cupid. They played it well. You get to make it's going week to week, and that's definitely something that I think that people are going to look at when they play against trash cans is don't give Happy Zappy the Cupid.
Yeah, and on top of that, maybe don't give Sagi Toboggan in Sentient Bastet, because he seems to be putting in a lot more work with this than he did last game on that Daji. But this fight is still going on here, as the Happy Zappy able to pick off Little Man. But there's still more fighting going on with Sunwoo trying to just dodge autos, blocking it with the decoy, but Pillar blocking him off.
Yeah, Wukong trying to find his way out here, but the god and the player both very dead for this one. Excellent Pillar there coming out of, you guessed it, Happy Zappy. And now, poor Shegs, dude. He just wanted to walk into this fight. He's been in solo lane. He's been getting abused all game long. He's taken a tour of the map, seeing what else it has to offer, and it's just death. That's all it has to offer for him. So definitely feel for the man here as now Trash Can's grouping up around this fire.
Yeah, I think he was looking to turn that 0-2-0 into an 0-2-1 or a 1-2-0, but instead that extra number goes into the death slot. So very sad for him and for you, since you clearly are in love with him.
I'm vibing with the Sylvanas, dude. Lay off me, okay? I think that it's sick.
Trash Cans do get the Fire Giant there, but Smart here on the side of Fresh Trap. Gonna try to push down this tier 1 tower, get just a little bit of something for losing a giant objective on the other side of the map.
Now Ullr's dead. That guy's, he's gone.
It's just, you
Sorry, I
can't
ate
go
a
into
Sour
that
Patch
jungle.
Kid, and it was very bad timing. But yeah, Little Man very dead here, and OP Sun Wukong likely to follow. Set jumps into the tower, and Sheg trying to make something happen by himself, gets the Wrath of Terra off, but Kingslayer likely to put him down here.
Yeah, and there's Purd getting a kill there as well, and now Sentient pretty much locked down as much as humanly possible. Purd with the double kill, absolute mad lad over there, 2-0-2 now. Looks like this big Phoenix is going to drop here any second now.
Fat Olorun.
But Oloron's a meanie and uses the ultimate to slow that process
He's
down.
like, come on guys, just give us some time. Like, we're respawning soon, just let us respawn.
Guys,
I mean, Olorun pulls it off at least.
Yeah, it slows it down just a little bit, kind of slows down Trash Can to the point where they can't run through every Phoenix. They're still going to run through just about every tower here with this Fire Giant, so don't get that mistaken, as Clough just does not puts the wall in the wall.
What a legend. Just like, yeah, your gate's open, guess what? I've got a wall for it. And now just walking circles around OP Sun Wukong, who gets sent back to base. Ullr not even here. Olorun also not even here, the latter being now in Fountain. Happy Zappy jumping in on the solo laner by himself. No need for the Phoenix. He is just looking for kills, as is Little Man here, but 1 behind 5. I don't think he's going to make much happen in this one.
Yeah, and the ultimate Purd here with the wall blocking off. Yeah, I'm gonna have to call this one game here. They do seem like they want to add a little bit to their stats here, but I think Logic gets the best of them. Where did
Little Man even die? I didn't even see that happen.
He was just somewhere by the mid Phoenix, I think, because he came around the backside of that left Phoenix, missed everything, and had no idea where anyone was. Tried to come through the middle Phoenix, and
understandable. It
found a set with Kingslayer active, or well, didn't even need Kingslayer for that one to pick him off.
Apparently not.
Yeah,
and
not at all.
Still, despite that, 10-1-10 for the set. Maybe not the one-man team performance I was afraid of, but certainly an integral part of this one going very one-sided as well. Svotus looking good on that one. And Happy Zappy, if you haven't heard that name yet this set, then you should definitely pencil that one in if you're in the Hero Division. This is the man to watch from Week 1 Hero Division so far, so big props to him and the team for taking this one 2-0.
Yeah, I do want to put a major asterisk here as well. That duo lane for Trash Cans is wild. Clough going undying both games. First game going, I believe it was like 0-0 and at least like 15. This game going 5-0 and 17. You might also want to keep an eye on their support here because he's a bit of a silent killer, if anything.
Oh, come on, Thanatos. Nobody cares about the support plays. Let's talk about the interesting stuff. Scylla dropping fat numbers. Purd also undying here. Looking very good for the boys in blue here as they take this one 2-0. And that is going to do it for your Hero Division NA region matchup for this week. But stick around after this one. We are going to throw it to a quick break, and I'm going to be joined by a very British Mr. Damnati as we bring you Deity Division US Spilled Milk. That's going to be Captain Wake Bennett's team going up against Minion Hunters. So don't go anywhere. We're going to throw it to a quick break, and we'll be right back with that one for you. And welcome back, everybody, to week one here. We will be bringing you, some deity division action. As I said at the end of game one, this is going to be Spilled Milk, captained by Wake Bennett, versus Minion Hunters under the banner of Woodmancer here. I am still Kaizo on the desk, and I'm going to be joined this time by Senor British himself, Mr. Felix, also known as the Damn Naughty. And we're going to go straight here into picks and bans. And Felix, jumping from Hero Division at the bottom up here toward our second highest division, what changes do you expect to be seeing? Are we going to see some more set, do you think?
I'd at least hope. First of all, hi, I'm back.
Yeah,
finally.
welcome back.
I'm glad to finally be casting some Smite again. But yeah, I can't imagine that either of these teams are bold enough, we'll say, to leave set open. I would like to see this one banned away for either side. We saw just how much work he can do. He 1v3s, he 1v4s, he 1v5s. He takes 4 members from his own team, puts them on the other team just so he can kill 9 members. You know, like he just kind of does what he wants. And as we see, he does respectfully get banned away.
Crazy.
As the very first one, as he should be.
Well, maybe don't ban it. Like if your first pick, you can get that, right? Potentially, like you can make them ban it. But either way, taken off the board very early here, and understandably so. Apollo going to be following suit here for Woodmancer and the boys, and Kuradal, notably on this Spilled Milk team, was the solo laner, I believe, for Little S Pog, who took it all the way to semifinals of our inaugural tournament. So good to see some returning names as well as some other names that we recognize from other points in the competitive scene here. Rexuador, a console boy, if I'm not mistaken, as is Wake Bennett. So definitely some names that I'm recognizing here, and I'm excited to see this one.
Yeah, me too. Kuroda had a really good showing in the first phase, or the first season, I guess, of the Audacity gaming tournament, and he did really well over there in the solo lane. But yeah, like you said, Rexador is a console native. I'm not sure if he's still operating the sticks. Wake Bennett also originally from console. I think they've transitioned to PC since. Nearly teamed, I think, with both of them a couple seasons ago, but that never really came to all that much. But yeah, just good to see some new names, some returning names, and see what can happen here in season 2 of things as bans come through some more. Persephone, again, curious, like you said, they have the liberty of first pick, so to see them ban away some of these strong things and not force it to be banned by the other side is a little bit bizarre. And also Sobek, another little bit of a strange one. I guess he has that flex potential and he can be such a nuisance in the support role, and they just don't really want to deal with that one.
Right. And I know you're only a substitute on a scrim team these days, Felix, not to call you out, but Scylla very highly, or excuse me, Sobek very, well, Scylla too, but I was going to say Sobek very highly prioritized right now in the support role. It's pretty much like the Cold War of who gets Ymir and who gets Sobek, but instead we're going to be seeing Scylla and a Ratatosker immediately snap locked in for the side of Woodmancer's team here. Is this a counter to Scylla in your eyes, or why are we seeing this so early?
The only thing I can think is Minion Hunters have someone who is very comfortable on this Ratatoska pick. We saw it a ton in the league phase of our first season, where this global presence was just gave such leisure to their team to really play around the map whichever way they wanted. It did mean they had to give up the Scylla, like you said, which is pretty much run rampant from end of season 7 all the way through start of season 8, and the minor nerfs that she has received or receiving is really not changing too much to what she does as a god. They must have something in the realm of capabilities of how they're going to deal with that, but I'm not sure Ratatosker and Anha are the answers. As Ymir Raven locked in, and I love these two picks. So much in your face picked up here for Spilled Milk. Ymir is just so strong right now, casting his wall over walls, being able to cancel it whenever he wants. I just love what he brings into jungle fights.
Yeah, people who have been around for a minute know how you feel about the next Yokozuna himself, and Raven, notably a counter to Scylla. I didn't think that Rat necessarily would be, but taking the Raven away from them just in case that Rat's going into a tank role, probably not the worst idea. And counter pressure with pressure. I mean, you hear it a lot on the SPL casts. If you just try to stall to late game against a good team that has a pressure comp, well, you don't get to the late game. So answering back with some pressure of their own, certainly a good decision here for Spilled Milk, and Ganesh going to be our pick rounding out this first stage of picks. How do you feel these top threes have filed out so far?
I want to say it's pretty even between these two teams. I think Spilled Milk got away with some of the kind of, in the community's eyes, more OP or stronger gods. That Scylla and Image just provide so much for their team. Just crowd control, locking off channels, damage from Scylla. Raven, I mean, if, like you said, fight pressure with pressure, Raven wants to fix that face and kind of punch you right back. He just does so much, and like you mentioned, does great into Scylla. So I mean, they can't use it against the Scylla, but this Ganesh, I think, is actually a very smart pickup. The silence can be used on reaction for Ymir Freeze to cancel that one out if he's quick enough. And then also the ability to not be trapped by that wall. He can dash through with the remove obstacles to get away to safety. I think this provides a decent amount of backline, though you're definitely trading out some of the dual lane pressure. Anha wants to be able to fight, and Ganesh doesn't quite do that. He typically wants to sit back and let the pressure come to him and react in tow to what the opposition wants to do.
Right. I think that you're absolutely right there. And Cupid banned away, so a little bit less pressure that Spilled Milk are capable of drafting here. It is kind of a conflict of interest here, where Anher wants to play aggressive, Ganesh sort of more of a backline character, but I think that that definitely buys them a pretty comfortable spot in that lane where they have a little bit more flexibility to play into something that's the opposite, where the support plays aggressive and the ADC plays back for specifically the side of Spilled Milk as they get the Jing Wei here. And just sneaking his way in on the end of that picks and bans phase there, Zero Nudes will pick up this tier. And now Bluestone Pendant full clears wave. What are your thoughts on the tier?
Yeah, Tyr is he's one of those, man. He's just kind of Deathwalker's least favorite god to deal with in solo lane. Bluestone just makes him a complete lane bot. I mean, if you're bad on Tyr, no problem. Stand in blue stance and heal up to infinity and beyond. And if you're good with Tyr, it's just 1,000,000 damage and then some. Bluestone has just brought him back. Yeah, large number. Bluestone just really brought him back to the forefront of solo lane and just let him do what he wants. He doesn't really get bullied out by anyone. He does great into pressure. He bullies people who don't have pressure. He proxies. He roams around the map doing what he wants to do. So I think Tyr's just a really good pickup here. And it pairs well with the Ratatoskr, right? You have a Tyr that's likely to want to be proxying, and this Ratatoskr is just going to be able to come to any rotations that might come to this solo lane with his global presence and then turn that fight that way. So I think really good pickup for Minion Hunter. Though the team comps are pretty even, you know, you've got this Scylla and Jing Wei for late game. They don't struggle in the early game. They have decent ways. Jing Wei counters a lot of the aggression, the knockups coming from Tyr, Ratatoskr, on her leap, Void from Merlin, the knockup from Ganesh. She does very well with the aggression coming towards her, and Scylla just returns the aggression with damage. So this is going to be really interesting to see which team takes it. It's going to be very evenly contested, I think.
Well, regardless of how this game pans out, I think it's safe to say I shouldn't need to explain why Woodmancer will be banned from the league after this game is over for picking up his blessing after his boots in the second slot. Right. That just is ugly to look at. So yeah. Woodmancer unfortunately won't be playing in the league after this game. But as we go into the start of the game here, we see Merlin against Scylla. And Merlin, a god that we don't see a whole ton of anymore, but certainly very strong, as you were alluding to previously.
Yeah, he's kind of fallen to the wayside. I mean, obviously with Scylla coming up so much, buffs on Raijin and Giannis and things like that have really put him to the side. But his team fight hasn't changed, and you pair that with the Ganesh and his pillars, you can control a team fight very well, and it makes it really difficult to siege into. So if they can react well, hang on, it looks as though Spilled Milk want to get aggressive, but they're having to retreat in dual lane.
Yeah, they had a little bit more minion aggro than they really bargained for, it looked there, as Buttery God put some damage out onto the Spilled Milk duo lane, but things should be evening out here after a good knockup from Divine Master Rexuador. And Woodmans are actually going in, a jump also from Buttery God. Wakeman in a very bad spot here. He thinks that he's safe, Furballer on the back end, Blink will be enough to clean that one up, so excellent aggression here from Minion Hunters as they pick up this first blood on this early aggressive Ratatosker.
Yeah, and that's not what you want to see if you're Spilled Milk. He did go for the Acorn Rush too. He sat on T2 Acorn with this Bumba's Dagger, I believe it's called. But yeah, he's picked up first blood. He's going to be finishing that Acorn very soon. He may be like you and want to go crit Acorn like
on
a troll.
accident. Several games in a row, including in semifinals. Yeah, that's always great to see. You love to see that.
He could be as big of a troll
while I
as
have
you.
the platform, I'm gonna cut you off. Crit Acorn was not intentional, okay? Every time that I've built that Acorn, it's been like, oh, I see red, I think pen. So I build the red Acorn because I think it doesn't have, okay, it doesn't have pen. The 5 Acorn's better. The one that Furballer has here as he finishes that one off on his speed buff, that is the correct play. I just want to clear the air on that one.
Yes, it is the correct play, and it makes him a good player. Something you are not.
Clearly not.
I mean, that's just how the math checks out. You buy the crit Acorn, and you're not in a game of casuals, you're a bad player.
Yeah.
You buy that Acorn in the jungle, you're a good player. As Freeze goes down onto Buttery God, and the knockup is off the mark, and this puts Anhur in a world of trouble.
Yeah, he's
What
just
is going
holding his
on?
ground. And he does manage to get the jump away, Shell forced out of Ganesh, but maybe he didn't have the jump cooldown? I don't really have that information, but curious that he was just standing there.
Yeah, very curious that he... yeah, it's the Anhur mentality, right? I remember in finals, the only way to leap with Anhur was an up-down.
Up, down, baby. Up, down.
Yeah, I guess he was trying his best impressions to try and mirror that, but yeah, no, he stayed for a little bit too long and thankfully lives for Woodmancer. He would have been very upset if he'd seen Buttery God fall, but if you take a look, Woodmancer actually started T2 boots, so the fact he got away with that in lane because of that early rotation coming from Furballer, he's managed to finish these cooldown boots and pick up a Ward Chalice.
Oh no.
Hang
The
on!
kill with Lawbringer, baby! There's one!
Solo, baby! Solo!
So, for those who don't know, there is an achievement in Smite where you need like 15 kills in one game with tier ult, and we'll get back to that in a second. Rat ult forced out here, looking around the jungle, nothing doing, will disengage, but 15 kills with tier ult. Do you have any idea how insane that is to try to accomplish? But Zero Nudes getting the solo kill onto Kuradal. Excuse me, not semi-final, but here's the championship performance from Kuradal that we were very much so expecting. This guy is no slouch in the solo lane, runs it back, walks up the lane thinking about how he's going to get the kill back, and immediately answers back onto Zero Nudes.
Yeah, and I want to tip my hat to you some more. This is the Kaizo special. It's called Solo Your Lane.
Yep.
When they buy their full boots and die instantly upon return.
Yeah, that's a signature move for me. That is absolutely how I play solo lane every time, and unfortunate for Zero Nudes that he was apparently in that class when I taught that strategy, because frankly doesn't work out as well as you'd really hope. But now, with all of these kills on the board, about at a state of parity, maybe 100 gold wave to wave separating these two teams, and we've got the pressure where we need it for Minion Hunters. It's all on this Ratatosker, just kind of looking at him to make something happen here.
Yeah, definitely looking for him to make something happen. He rotated over to that solo side and put his ult on a big long cooldown earlier, so that was a bit of a shame for him. As hang on, Woodmancer's lurking around, wants to put Kuroda down, but some pings have been given out, and so nothing doing just there. But it's definitely on this Ratatoskr, right? He just has so much global presence. So I think once that diamond fills back up, I'd love to see him be able to bring some pressure. But the question is, where do you really bring it to? Because all the lanes are so safe. As wow, that ultimate's off the mark. A couple of up downs, and Kuroda's put down once more. 2 kills out of 15 for the achievement.
Oh no. If we see this guy get this achievement, which by the way, 0.01% of players have that achievement, 15 tier ult kills in one game. If Zero Nudes pulls that off, I think they just are the first place team to watch for the rest of the league, and frankly, any other league that they should hope to join, including the SPL. Like, the man's got 2 kills with Lawbringer in 7 minutes. What an absolute legend.
Yeah, I want to say Lawbringer is one of those abilities like Cupid one or Bacchus flop where you don't know it has a slow on it because it just almost feels like it isn't there.
Right.
It's such a small amount. It's effectively just a CC immune leap. So to get a kill with it, that's pretty about the best case scenario. That's up there with a backflip kill, I think.
Oh yeah. Perhaps even worse, just because it is technically your ultimate cooldown, even if it feels like, you know, it doesn't really do much other than move you a little bit, I guess, sometimes. But when you're only up, down, and baby, you don't care about the movement speed, so 2 kills for Zero Nudes. And Minion Hunters trying to make something happen here, but even with all these kills under their belt, Spilled Milk farming the map very efficiently, spreading out, getting some XP, getting some gold to the people who need it, and keeping us basically even despite being down 2 kills.
Yeah, even being down 2 kills, they gotta be pretty happy, like you said. Jing Wei is actually handling this lane very well versus Yan. Hasn't felt his pressure too much, but hang on. Ymir finds the freeze onto Woodmancer, and good damage placed onto him. Looks like he's gonna get out just okay. But yeah, they've just managed to farm the map correctly, and they just are hanging on. They're getting this Scylla and Jing Wei the farm they need to be getting. And I think we could just keep the camera right here because Kuroda, like you said, semi-final
this is the title fight
display, but this is an Osiris and Tyr. 2 people who just want to fight, and there's been all the kills pretty much going on over there.
And I think that it's so crazy that this is the only place we've seen action. Because we had an On Her that was part of a First Blood. That's where he got that assist from, was when Furballer will hang on here as Woodmancer in the jungle, misses the dash, and that's going to go straight past Woodbennett. He is slowed by that rat and now put in a box. Shards of Ice, huge damage onto everybody, but Furballer will eventually get this kill. Ratatoskr in the air looking for something else, but now with that 1 kill under their belts, it looks like they're going to back up here. But it's crazy to me that On Her, credit for that First Blood, at least in the assist column, and now completely passive gameplay onto this Jing Wei. He's forced into tower, he's behind in farm, and he should have had an early lead. I wonder what happened on that side of the map that we must have missed from the spectator perspective in order to lend to this pressure going the way of Spilled Milk.
I feel like someone like Rexador, who has played ADC for so long on console, console is renowned for their Jing Wei abuse and love, right? It's just such a safeguard. You know how to work your lane and just stay alive and get the farm you want. And as a consequence, she's picked up this Gilded Arrow where she's getting this extra gold on top of being a Jing Wei that just farms the map so well. But also this Devos, which is pretty much fully stacked. Well, hang on, good beats saves Komodogo's life, and she needed it, but Robin's on the up down.
Yeah, he lands in and gets immediately silenced. Furballer will get the kill off the back of that individual play from the support. Nerfum PK tries to go into the ult, but is actually on that Ganesh line, so just eating more damage. Woodmancer doesn't want to let this one go for free, as now Nerfum jumps in, gets the root onto Komodogo. There's a dash to save the life of Furballer, and now Woodmancer on the back foot. Wake Bennett with an excellent freeze combo, not quite enough damage here, but Nerfum, man, he is feeling himself on this Scylla. He's like, yeah, this is our top overall pick for a reason. I am good at this character.
Yeah, I mean, he just whiffed his ult while standing on Ganesh ult, and was like, and then
I
used
didn't see
Beast
that.
to walk over and said, you know what? Actually, no, I need to redeem myself. Gets himself back in there, and that's what you want to see if you're the Anha, finding these difficult pillar impales. But yeah, Nerfhim going back in to pick up that kill in the mid lane with that finish Rodder Tahuti. She's feeling pretty good, level 12, 2 levels up on this Merlin pick, and this is where we could see things start to pick up for Spilled Milk here. Like you mentioned, still down in the kill column, but the gold's even, so they're finding leads where they need to, and it's on these carries.
And now Scorpion done, one by each team. Minion Hunters will take the Gorp, that is the Gold Fury side Scorpion, whereas Forp, the Fire side Scorpion, will be dropped by Spilled Milk. I didn't know that that was a thing until last night. That's news to me, but apparently there's terminology for them now. I want to go back to this dual lane matchup though, because, and I don't mean to obsess over it, but the longer this Anher just sits passive against this Jing Wei, the more bloated this matchup feels like it's going to be to me. Because you look at the itemization, Jing Wei gets free Devos online, no pressure at all, and is now building into crit, where across the way, a very early game focused build for this Anher. I just think that this guy's going to get outscaled if Buttery God's not careful.
Yeah, and this is a real concern for the side of Minion Hunters. We do take a quick pause, but I think you're right to mention this is an opportunity missed. Even if you don't necessarily have the immediate kill potential in the 1v1, if they can force the rotation out of this Ymir, maybe bring the Ganesh over or bring the Ratatosk over, the Ymir rotates in to try and assist the Jing Wei, and that's where you find the kill on this immobile god. Yes, he has the sprint, but you have enough crowd control to keep him locked in place, and that's where you find your kill. Maybe you take the Jing Wei out, leaping in with the Anha, the Ymir comes wandering over saying, oh, I think I'm going to try and help my ADC here, and really the aggression was planned for him. But like you mentioned, this early game focus build, you got Death's Toll, you've got Berserker Shield. These items you really want to be fighting as much as possible, and they've just allowed for Rexador to get away with this Gilded Arrow Devos start, and now into what is likely to be a Rage. She's gotten away with Murder in this early game, sitting a level and I think a half up, about to back and finish her Rage. She does. She is power spiking incredibly high, and all of a sudden this Gold Fury that's now up courtesy of the Gorp being done is just under serious stress.
I hate the name Gorp. I want to make that very
exactly
clear. Woodmancer dashing in, not quite on the mark on Wake Bennett, so a little bit of damage traded out, but not a whole lot. And yeah, now that that's down, this is a Gold Fury fight that can be taken by Spilled Milk if they want it. They'll have to deal with the wrath of 3-0 and 0 Furballer on this Ratatosker if they attempt a Gold Fury pull, so perhaps going to think better of it for the time being and instead aggress onto Buttery God, but Freeze just off the mark, not going to make anything happen yet. These teams want to fight around this Gold Fury though. You can feel it, the tension in the air as everybody's grouped up and now suddenly very interested in this dual lane side of the map. I highly doubt it.
Well, hang on, solo side Kuroda's 1 HP and does get soloed by Zero Nudes. He knew the Gold Fury fight was on the page. Went for the proxy, and Zero Nude said, I'm just going to chase you around with tier cooldowns and be annoying. And now all of a sudden, this Gold Fury isn't on for Spilled Milk anymore. He wanted to get the proxy whilst he could with all members of Minion Hunter being on this side of the map, but didn't account for getting soloed by Zero Nudes. And now all of a sudden, they have this opportunity, but they need to pick it up soon. But hang on, Scylla damage is huge.
God. Yeah, apparently Zero Nudes got forced out of this engagement by exclusively Scylla damage, and now a fat Ganesh ult. There's the Scylla damage over the top. Nerfhim showing up in this one already. Now chasing out for another low health target. Clips Kamo Doggo. There's the Scylla. That's why it's top pick, baby. 2 kills for the mid laner, and this one Rexuador will clean up the Ganesh. Oh no, you do not aggress into our jungle. We will gladly take the Gold Fury off of that one.
Yeah, really questionable there from Minion Hunter. They had the solo kill and Tyr instantly rotated off of the back of it, and they just didn't pull the objective. They took so long, they walked in out of the jungle, and then Zero Nudes thought he could walk in with his Wingblade only magic D item and stand in front of a rod of Tahuti Scylla. She's level 15, I believe 14 at the time. Put huge damage onto him, and the fight is over at that point because they're just so out of position trying to force the engagement. They should have just pulled the objective, used their man advantage, and they just took too long. And now Kurodao has a 2-level lead after getting soloed.
Yeah, I mean, they aggressed into the jungle that deep, I think, because they needed one more pick for that to work. You can't really take a 50-50 on a Gold Fury when you're playing with a Merlin against a Scylla. Unless you can completely erase her from the team fight and make her not matter, which is probably what Zero Nudes was after, you can't contest that objective. She will just out-secure a Merlin every single time with that I'm a Monster. So definitely the right call to be zoning that deep, but just getting caught out by some incredible individual plays by Spilled Milk that is exclusively off the back of them playing out of their minds mechanically in order to make that happen.
Yeah, I agree with you, but it really is just, I don't know if it was nerves or what for Minion Hunter, but they really had the opportunity for them. They have Ganesh ult, they have Ratatoskr ult, which is being put on display here. Huge I'm a Monster put down onto him as he lands, makes him go scurrying away, but hang on, Buttery God is being chased by Robin.
He's very dead to a crush from Nerf and PK. Tell me you've heard that one before. And now Wake Bennett with a wall, with an ult. Woodmancer nowhere to go. Donut Nizzle gets credit for the last hit on that one. Once again, Minion Hunters trying to make something happen on the dual lane side of the map, get a decent enough engagement off onto Rexiodor, but instead just feed him 2 more stacks on this Rage. He's almost got it full stacked at this point.
Yeah, and this is what I was trying to get to. They're so cautious to pull the trigger, but Spilled Milk aren't. You know, they're willing to take these fights. They see someone and they just press, you know, all their buttons and go. They had the free fight last time. There was no way for Donut to get in on the Raven without his solo laner. All they had to do was bait them into the Gold Fury fight, use Ganesh ult and Ratatoskr ult for chase down, and then they win the fight and the trades that way. But they took too long and allowed for Spilled Milk to find their feet. And hang on, Scylla back up and she wants another bite of the Ratatoskr.
And maybe not quite on that one, but Rat should still die nonetheless here. Beads forced out of Nerf and PK by a surprise engage from Zero Nudes with the Blink Fearless. So they do still clean up Rat, and now Zero Nudes, he is just surrounded, and they don't really seem to care. It's still a tier.
Yeah, he's just a tier and he's there. He might bring the U-Haul service to you every now and then and push you around and move things. But we don't care if you're doing that because we're doing the Fire Giant. And it seems like only Woodmancer's in the know on the situation. Zero Nudes now on the backside seems to have an idea, but it's getting very low.
Yeah, they get the Ganesh ult off and Spilled Milk. No Scylla ult used because, well, it's still on cooldown, remember, but they get it nonetheless over the top of the Dharmic Pillars, and now Zero Nudes forced into that Lawbringer. No third kill for him with that one, and now Spilled Milk looking for a T2 tower siege because look at left lane.
Yeah, left lane, it's Buttery God on the split push duty, but Kurodao's been sent to chase him down, and chase him down he will. Yeah, just so questionable. You know, Spilled Milk are just so ready to pull the trigger on any and all objectives. When they see they want to go on something, they do it and they execute. But hang on, here comes Furballer. They might have decided on a target.
Yeah, and they land on the Robin. There's some decent damage on it, but not quite enough to kill. Wake Bennett's still alive, still kicking, still on that left side of the map. Donut Nizzle, no Robin ult needed as Rexiodor rings through the crits and eventually takes him down. Kamo Doggo still trying to kill this Ymir, gets Beads forced out to do so, and now Osiris has found him in the jungle. Donut gets that kill, but it's because he ran into the brick wall that is Kurodal here. And, I mean, it's the tale of the tape so far. Minion Hunters try to make something happen, don't quite execute in time, and then Spilled Milk regroup and very confidently take that fight. What are you doing, Woodmancer?
Oh no. Out of the woods and into the grave, Mancer goes. He just dashed into the entire team. He had to know they were there.
Am I missing something? Did he think there was somebody else there?
I guess, but I mean, Speaking of tail of the tape, it feels like they have one call out here for Minion Hunter, and then someone gives another one, and then by the time it gets back to the first call, it's too late and the opportunity's gone. But Spilled Milk, they just kind of shout a name or shout an objective, and they all go scurrying to put it in the dirt, and they are just chasing this game. I mean, we said it earlier, they were behind in kills, but even on gold, they just kind of farmed themselves to a point, EU style. And then once they hit the gas, 10k difference and a fire giant around their waist and the right Phoenix down, they are just chasing this game out.
Yeah, and they're chasing Furballer here if they know he's there. He's on the backside of this Wolf here trying to get a stop. He actually stole that! What a legend! Oni Fury stolen by Furballer on this rat. Wow, there's that 5 acorn coming in clutch for you. You don't get that done with any of your other options. So that's I mean, low percentage play, don't get me wrong, but fantastic execution and presence of mind to even be there. And now what should have been an Oni Fire Giant push from Spilled Milk will pretty much be a stall point.
Yeah, it's a pretty ballsy play, but he had his ult in his back pocket to get out, and that 5 acorn blast, you don't get that with the crit acorn. So he manages to deal with that Gold Fury away, and like you said, that gives them the Oni waves, and that buys them some time against this Fire Giant push. Now, don't get me wrong, it's still not fantastic. They're still pretty much 10k down in the gold column, and with Scylla about to hit level 20, their problems are only going to get worse. But it helps, right? It just stops the push from being quite so bad. These T2 towers are now possibly defendable on the side of Minion Hunter. You can put up a defense if you have the numbers there and ready. But with Fiery God just being chased and harassed under the T2 solo by Rexador, I'm not sure if they're actually going to be able to defend these T2s.
Yeah, they're not really in position for it necessarily. There goes the mid pretty much uncontested here, and now Spilled Milk rotating across. They should get this one for free as well. Donut Nizzle here to help out with some DPS, and slowly it goes down, but no one really here to stop them, so they'll take that and walk away. I actually meant to ask you this forever ago, but now it's relevant as Scylla hits 20. What starter do you pick up if you're Scylla and you get all of the options available to you?
Okay, so I am actually a fervent believer that not every god needs to upgrade a starter item. So I don't hate that she has opted for this Boots Rod Rush, getting those huge power spikes as early as possible. Yes, the new starter items are fantastic, but they're not all necessary for everyone, right? I mean, you can just go an old school build like she has gone with the Obsidian Shard and the Soul Reaver, and maybe she picks up a Chronos Pendant, maybe she picks up a Soul Gem, a Polynomicon if she's feeling kind of spicy, I don't know. She has options, but hang on, Kurodao's gone launching himself in and forced out Furballer off. That is a huge win for Spilled Milk.
Sometimes I just forget how far that Osiris ult goes these days. I was like, oh yeah, he dashed away, he should be fine. But that doesn't go like a Camazot's leap anymore. That's actually a decent jump for that Kurodal ultimate. So now with that Ratatosk ult down, I mean, there's your guy who stole the Oni Fury. He won't be stealing this Fire Giant, but now Death's Toll Kurodal very capable of tanking this one down. So
fun item,
oh yeah, Death's Toll or Death's Embrace, pretty good. Yeah, not bad.
Pretty good item. You just,
like
you just send one
right
person to tank it down solo, and they sit there, and their health bar doesn't move. Enhanced Fire Giant, no problem. I've got that one too.
Yeah,
oh, you want me to hold this Fire Giant for 2 minutes whilst it turns into EFG? No problem. I'll do that as well.
They very specifically changed itemization, changed healing, so that people couldn't solo EFG anymore. And then they're like, well, that's not fun. So they give you Death's Embrace to solo EFG again. I don't understand it. Like, it doesn't have any bearing here, but, I mean, you gotta figure, even if Kurodal was by himself, give the man, like, 45 minutes, and that thing goes down solo to this Osiris. And we talked about Scylla potentially going old school build, but eat your words, Mr. British. He's going into this Sundering Axe, I would have to assume, and this quickly becoming meta for some of these mid lane gods.
Yeah, I actually love this as a final item for mid laners.
Merlin's dead, by the way. Well, keep talking. But
so annoying to try and kill as Komodogo falls in the jungle. It makes them so difficult to kill because they get the extra protections, but they get flat percentage of current health stolen. It's basically like old Soul Reaver given to them, and it just does so much. The proc build with Soul Reaver, E-Staff, things like that is just so big as both side lane birds fall, and it's now going to be Furball to fall in the mid lane.
Well, Furball was 3-0, now 3-2-0 for him as he gets sent back to base. 0 nudes, not quite underneath that Ult, so will live to fight another day. Same can't be said here for Donut Nizzle unless he disengages, and instead it's Buttery God on the back end. Kuradal diving that fountain room in order to clean him up, and now Donut should fall, but also should the Titan. While all this is going on, they're just DPSing the Titan, so Spilled Milk, very convincing for that 1-0 victory.
Yeah, they had a little bit of a shaky start over in solo lane. Zero Nudes working on his achievements. But once they hit their stride, Spilled Milk looked very, very confident and convincing. They took their engagements and fights when they wanted to, and even when they didn't want to, they acted as a unit and really got the work done. Emir created so much space with these walls and freezes and baited members onto him. And Nerf and PK just put huge damage numbers out onto the dive of minion hunters that they just almost didn't want to dive her anymore. And you can't dive a Jing Wei because she's just going to airstrike away. And so they just almost felt like minion hunters didn't know how they wanted to take these team fights. And Spilled Milk definitely knew how they wanted to take theirs.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair to say. I mean, it definitely looked like they were struggling to find an avenue into that game because it wasn't dual lane after... Well, I say it wasn't dual lane. They got that first blood in dual lane, and then they just let Jingwei farm, which I still don't really understand. But if you're going to let that dual lane sit, you need to find somewhere to throw your aggression. And once they realized Jingwei was scaling, it was kind of already too late. It's still Jingwei. She still buys just enough time that you can get the rest of your team there and save you. I mean, how many times did we see them aggress onto Jingwei, and then by the time they actually get to kill her, the police have showed up, and now they're all dead for it.
Yeah, and I think it really came down to the Ratatoska. We spoke about it early in the game as to him having to lead the line for minion hunters, and he had that opportunity with solo side finding such victories, killing Kuradal a couple of times. They could have really leveraged that side of the map and then tried to bleed that lead elsewhere, and they just didn't manage to make it happen. And the one time they had that opportunity with Tyr finding the solo kill, they took too long to pull the trigger, and by that point it was too late, and Spilled Milk really made minion hunters cry over Spilled Milk.
Okay, that was the low-hanging fruit in this game, and I thought that we had a gentleman's agreement that we weren't going to go for it, but no gentleman's agreement for Spilled Milk. They take that first game in resounding fashion, and now we're going to get straight into picks and bans for Game 2 here. What kind of adjustments are we looking at for minion hunters? I mean, is this a in-game kind of change? Do you need to change your play style, what your strategy is, or is it really just coming down to these picks and bans?
I think it's possibly try and leave some things open. You know, so many of the top stuff got banned away. They have the liberty of first pick here in game number 2, as they actually opt to immediately ban the set. Try and leave something open. Get some of these priority picks for yourself, because they showed that when they had to dive safe backlines of Jingwei and Scylla, they didn't know how to go about it, right? It's like, but if I go on Jingwei, she's just going to dash away off my knockup, or she's going to airstrike away. If I go on Scylla, she's just going to dash away, and that's really annoying, and I won't kill her. But it's about creating the space. If you don't know how to deal with these gods, you either find a way to deal with it, or you just take it off the table. Say, we don't want to deal with it. We'll put you onto something that's a little bit easier for us and what we want to do to dive. And let's do that, because they had the tools. Lawbringer, a fantastic initiation tool. Quite frankly, CC
Insane.
Leap, insane. Got 2 kills last game. They have ways to dive the backline. They had that in Ratatoskrow, and they just didn't do it.
Yeah, well, they're gonna have to find a better way into this one as we already underway with these bans, Yamoja, Ymir, and Set for the Order side. I don't think anything really suspicious there. And Apollo Guan Yu thinking about this third ban a little bit, notably the Scylla still open. They will have to pick to either give up Giannis and take the Scylla or ban one or the other. So now with Minion Hunter's first pick, they have this Giannis available. I believe that was banned out in game one. So we'll see what direction they opt to go in. But instead, it's going to be this Sobek. It looks like they lock that one in first overall. And I alluded to it a little bit on Desk game one, but this is a very strong support pickup right now.
Yeah, I was just going to say, do you want to switch chairs for a second? Because apparently this is something that I am not in the loop on knowing is a miss substitute, that I wouldn't know that
Yes.
Sobek is this huge priority pick to come through, not only in first round bans, but a first pick in game. I love the Ymir ban. I thought that was a fantastic transition, and it forced the Scylla ban. So they kind of got 2 for 1. They took two
Yep.
of Spilled Milk's top gods from last game. But talk to me about this Sobek. What makes him so annoying? I know the pluck is what makes him annoying,
Right.
but why has he been seen so much?
It's still a lot of that, right? Like right now, you see a lot of very aggressive picks. Like nothing. I mean, we saw Jing Wei game one, so that's not exactly aggressive. But think about everything else that was in that game: the Ymir, the Anhur, the Ratatoskr, the Raven. It is a very early aggression kind of meta right now.
Pele.
And not only does Sobek lend you some aggression, he's also very good at countering an opponent's engage. So if you're going to get aggressed on, you have that Sobek there to say, "Oh, there goes your aggression. You're in the tower now." So it's sort of like that. It's both a safety feature and also an engage tool if you want to run a pick composition, grabbing a Willish, get something else to like abuse the enemy's support. It just gives you the keys to do whatever you want with the rest of your composition, and it looks like they're going for some more aggression.
Yeah, okay, that's something I can get behind, because I have said for a long time that I believe Sobek 2, the tail whip, is one of the better Guardian support abilities. You have a pocket Kuzumbo ult just to throw out there and push any team, an Anhur leap, if you will, to disperse the
To
enemy
disperse,
away from
right.
said location. I think he does very well on front foot where he's leading, but also very well on back foot. If he needs to counter engage, like you said, he has tools to disperse and get members away from his backline. So that is something I guess I can see why they picked, but something I can't see why was picked is something like a Pele so early in the draft. Outside of being a comfort pick here for Spilled Milk, it's such a curious one to pick into a Sobek, because he has the anti-heal with the 3, and then we mentioned his backline peel. I'm questioning how this Pele is going to navigate the fights, but maybe Ephemeris support, which is likely to be what it is here locked in for Spilled Milk, might help to enable some of this backline dive. Maybe he gets the ball rolling, he starts things by jumping in, and that opens a window of opportunity for this Pele.
Right, and I'm glad that you touched on the Fenrir support. I was actually going to bring up that we don't necessarily know where these gods are going right now. Fenrir is capable of playing most of the roles on the map, but I think that you're absolutely right that we'll be seeing a Fenrir support. I don't think Pele solo really on the menu for this one. You kind of have to pick the Fenrir if you're going to be picking the Thoth, just because of how volatile that matchup is. You don't really ever want to leave that
Right.
available. I mean, they had the option to ban it, but I think taking out the Wukong and the Morrigan to dive and harass the Thoth a much better play. I do share your concerns for this Pele, though, specifically trying to aggress into a question mark. Like you usually pick Pele to say, well, I'll blink in, knock up, and then chase with my ult. But you don't even know what you're diving yet. It's probably not going to be the Hachiman. So getting something very specific so early on is a little bit scary to me.
Yeah, and it's something we haven't even seen in the inaugural tournament, right? We didn't really see Pele come to light. So it's not like we've seen a ton of this god just put in work. And now with a Hachiman and Cthulhu, since her lock-in being locked in, I'm seeing even less targets for her to go on. The Cthulhu is,
Yep.
I mean, that's not a gank target for you. And the Hachiman, he rides off into the sunset. on his horse, and all of a sudden you don't have gank targets, and that's really tough for a Pele because once she gets a couple of items, she can really snowball out of control. But I'm struggling to see how she does this versus this minion hunter comp. I think they've drafted very well, and this Cthulhu is a perfect pickup even more because Polymorph is nothing versus Cthulhu, right? On Cunless, which I actually think is a good god right now, but into what Minion Hunter have, I just don't see a way he's gonna be able to do the things that Cunless wants to do.
Well, we're getting a little bit spicy, baby. We're
Yes,
seeing
we
some
are.
Ao Kuang action, and I thought that I might have been wrong, but I mean, far be it for me to ever be wrong. Of course, it's going to be Pele in the jungle. Kuradal actually piloting this Ao Kuang in the solo lane, and you like an execute against a Cthulhu usually, but maybe not against maybe not the Ao Kuang execute just because of how it functions. I mean, you have
Right.
to not be CC immune. What do you make of this one?
Yeah, I mean, traditionally you'd think Achilles, right? Achilles was one of the first kind of counters to Cthulhu. It was like, oh, well, we'll just let him go into the big guy ult, and then we'll sunder him, and we'll sit there and wait with an Achilles ult. And that was one good way to deal with it. But like you said, no way for him to execute whilst in the ultimate for the Ao Kuang. But one thing I do think that this god brings to the solo lane is he can be very difficult. His sustain is really high. His poke's very consistent with his 3 on such a low cooldown. I want to say it's 7 seconds. He can catch a lot of solo laners, a lot of proud solo laners on their big beefy guys. He can catch a lot of them off guard. And so something like this, it brings more pressure to the backline of minion hunters. It's another thing to be concerned with. If you're beadsing a Ragnarok, you can't beads and execute. If you're beadsing a knockup from the Pele, you can't beads and execute. And so I do think there is a window and an opportunity for this god to have success.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to find something to dive, and I don't love diving the Nuwa necessarily. I mean, we talk a lot about Nuwa being very good at melee range peel, specifically from that Clay Soldier explosion. It takes a lot of the bravado out of some of these dive gods that typically want to stay attached to you. So maybe looking at this Hachi, but again, like we said, Hachi also pretty safe. So as much as I like the spice of this pick, I don't really see the intent behind it, I guess. I mean, we said Sunder the Cthulhu and Execute, and we see the Sunder, but like we said on the desk, Execute doesn't work when he's in the big guy ult. So I'm gonna keep an eye on this one, but my expectations are very slanted on it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think a lot of the pressure is going to be on Wake Bennett on this Fenrir early to try and enable his team to get into this mid and late game, because Fenrir does bring so much presence in the support role. That Ragnarok is a death sentence to any support that doesn't have beads, as the Sunder goes down and the just cancelled out there on the Brutalize. But yeah, he just brings such a presence in the support role, because if you don't have beads, it is a true death sentence for almost anyone that is around, and it's so difficult to play around.
Well, I get that he used the shell there, but I feel like that's still a dropped kill if you're on the side of spilled milk. I don't think that a level 1 Sobek should ever get out of that one. Maybe use the stun before the brutalize. I mean, that should have been up. He should have gotten the cooldown reduction from hitting him the first time, but either way, manages to walk out of that one and keep us a little bit even. But you're absolutely right. If you're picking this Fenrir support, this is the engine of your composition. You don't look away from this guy, because he has to be directing the aggression of your team. If he's taking a back seat at all, then you're pretty much wasting the pick already.
Yeah, and I think the game plan here for Spilled Milk is to use this Fenrir so aggressively PBM style, where the Sobek never gets to be a Sobek, right? He has to be that backline Sobek. He can't be the annoying one that plucks in 3s and 2s you, and either you're dead or you lost your beads, or maybe he misses the pluck and he still 3s and 2s you and you're still annoyed because Sobek just did that. He doesn't get to be that, because he's constantly having to be aware of what this Fenrir wants to do. It's looking, he goes up, down, finds a good stun onto Byrie God, and this damage that he brings is so high that so many other supports can't contend with. Ymir was taken away in ban, so you can't pick that one for damage. But this Fenrir brings so much himself, so I really want to see them, once he hits level 5, just kind of use that Ragnarok on cooldown. Pick up Woodmancer, he doesn't have beads. Pick up Raven, he doesn't have beads. If he can find the lead stun onto either of these targets, that is a kill for the side of Spilled Milk, and they can start leveraging their lead that way, because Nuwa doesn't want to, well, quite often she finds herself sat under mid tower, and that's not a proactive way to play the map.
Right. I mean, Nuwa definitely going to be looking to get some of those items online. You can certainly be a dog with a bone and bring your target to this Nuwa, but until she gets like maybe 1, 2, definitely 3 items online, you're not going to be seeing that insane burst damage necessarily. You're really looking to scale with this one. So we're going to have to find some very high priority targets here. And hold on, is Kuradal... I mean, I had question marks, and now he's getting it done in solo, and now in dual lane, Sobek plucks in. Bad timing, buddy. Woodmancer going to be your first blood of this one, as the entire squadron comes out of the woodwork and puts down Woodmancer.
That's just such a feels bad in the dual lane. You feel like you found your footing, and then all of a sudden jungle gank, and hang on, jungle gank of their own. They bring it over to solo lane and put down the Ao Kuang. But that's just such a feels bad. You think you're doing fine, and then you're not, because the jungler turns up and ruins the parade.
Well, here's Pele looking at this Nuwa. We had questions about this one earlier, but she CC immunes the stun, so now with the option to chase, gets up into that Nuwa, puts out some damage of her own. Now Thoth trying to clean up on the back end, and no damage for either team to clean up these kills, so everybody walks away from that one. Excellent individual play from Donut to immune that stun, but just so far lacking the damage. Only had the boots online, so no crazy one-shot damage quite yet. But I want to go back over to what happened in solo lane, because it looked like Kuradal had that one on lock, and then Zero Newts just summons a Raven out of nowhere, and that is an easy kill.
Yeah, very easy kill. Once he goes into, uses the water illusion, it's very easy for them to track, and they track him again and put him down once more. So they're putting this Ao Kuang behind, which is good. But at the same time, I think once this Cthulhu starts to rotate, I think Kuradal might just hit the split push button and just farm his way up that way. But with the Fenrir getting the first blood over for Spilled Milk, it gives him more license to do whatever he wants. So it just comes down to, can Zero Newts find these rotations early with this lead that he's found and try and offset some of this aggression that Wake Bennett's going to want to do with this Fenrir? Because right now, the scales are tipped for the side lanes. One's winning for each team. It's just which can leverage it the best.
Right. And we're definitely, hang on, as both ults traded out in duo, and Recuador forces the mounted archery and now forced back a little bit on his own. So very even over there, but you're absolutely right. The onus is on Zero Nudes now to make something happen on this Cthulhu. This god, pretty good to decent in the 1v1, but definitely team fighting the name of the game for this guy. He needs to get out of that lane as quickly as possible. I mean, you can see even a 2-0 deficit for Kuradal, just because of the pick that he has, he's still winning that lane. So they need to find something happening here without him in order to get him to rotate here, as Donut forces the ult out. Oh my god, I eat my own words, as he just immediately is put down by the combination of a tower shot, Nuwa ult, and like one auto attack.
Yeah, and a little bit of help from the minion wave there too. Don't discredit those minions. Their damage adds up pretty quick. But just an over-aggression from Donut on this Pele. He thought he could find the aggression. He had the goons in the jungle, but it was too much. But hang on, Furball has caught Nerfum lacking at the back camps. I'm not sure you could call that lacking. That is a true assassination from the Raven pick. He is just having a blast over on Spilled Milk side of the jungle, doing whatever he wants. But yeah, you mentioned it. This Ao Kuang, still with the nature of his pick, I mean, Zero News had T2 Voidstone and full boots, and Kurdo only had the full boots, but he still managed to bully the Cthulhu to back. He's still, from this 2 deaths, not discouraged and still fighting very strong over there.
Yeah, and Furballer, notably 3-0 for the second time this set. He's having a standout performance in my eyes, regardless of how game 1 went. I mean, he lost some of that momentum, obviously, as the game progressed, but here off to another good start. We're going to have to be looking at him to drive minion hunters into these team fights. I mean, he needs to be able to get a pick onto Kuradal alongside Zero Nudes, and then the both of them need to rotate over and make something happen on the other parts of the map. Because like you said, no matter how often you put this Ao Kuang down, the guy's just going to keep farming and split push, and then it doesn't really matter. Like, this is never going to be a lane that that Zero Nudes wins by himself. You need to get out of that lane as quickly as possible. I feel like I've said that before, but I really want to hammer it home. No matter how far behind Kuradal is, he is still winning this lane due to the pick.
Yeah, I mean, and take a look. He went Blink instead of Teleport as another rotation's coming over, but Donut is understanding it's there, and so Kuradal backs up. But, I mean, he's the same level, pretty much. He's, what, half a level down, maybe, on this Cthulhu pick, and he is bullying the lane and doing what he wants. He's not upset with the state of this lane at all. He might have died twice, but he is winning the lane from a deficit, which is huge. Now, one thing I would say that I'd like to see Spilled Milk do is try and bring some of this attention to the Nuar in the mid lane. She's sitting 0-0-1, who's farmed up a full boots and a Rodder Tahuti. She's just sitting very happily over there, and hang on, oh no, Zero Nudes in a world of trouble. Ragnarok, this is going to be an execute.
Yeah, he should be dead 10 times out of 10 here. Execute actually burned, I believe, so a little unfortunate there is Furball. This guy's nuts, dude. Regardless of the map state, he is making individual plays, soloing out his opposition in their jungle. This after he gets that kill on those back lefts where, I mean, I don't think he should have been there, much less gotten kills, and now fight over this blue buff. Wake Bennett on the losing end of it so far. Woodmancer chases him out and nothing doing there, but more action in the duo lane.
Yeah, Rexador manages to just by a slither of health pick up the solo kill, but the fight is still on at blue buff. Woodmancer will pick up a kill on Kuradal, but not without Wake Bennett picking up the jungler, and Komodogo's picked up Wake Bennett, so it's a 2-for-1 over on the side of Minion Hunters. What a strange engagement around the blue buff. They were fighting for so long.
Yeah, and I feel like I kind of clickbaited a little bit with that last bit. I thought that, I mean, Nuwa missed the minions with the shining metals, like, oh my god, look at the thumbnail, I didn't think this would happen, and then she still gets the kill anyway. But, I mean, that's what happens when you're a Fenrir support. You expect to die for what you're doing, and he gets a huge shutdown onto Furballer, so totally worth him dying for that one. And as we take a look at the game state right now at the top of your screen, 3 kills down are Spilled Milk, but still farming fine enough to keep things even. Where are we looking now? I mean, teams gravitating towards this Gold Fury. Do we eventually start to see these objective fights?
I mean, if we're on the script of game 1, this is exactly where Spilled Milk want to be, as he huge volcanic eruption goes down and Komodogo put in the dirt.
Yeah, now Nerf and PK chunking out damage onto Furballer, who manages to jump over the wall. Wake Bennett still wants this kill as they continue to chase down Woodmancer on the Sobek in mid. There's no shot he lives this. Okay, Donut Nizzle with the fade away as Cthulhu teleports, but now back end of this fight, very Minion Hunters positive. Kuradal's still in that solo lane, so they are outnumbered, but they could stop a Gold Fury attempt if it is gone for.
I mean, this is before the deaths of Minion Hunters mid lane and support happened. I was gonna say, this is exactly where Spilled Milk won, and this is where they were in game 1. 3 kills down, but even in gold, and then all of a sudden they find a jungle fight around Gold Fury and start to take the lead. But I mean, this forced the rotation from Zero Nudes. He teleported to the mid lane and enabled this split push of Kurdo. He said, oh, fine, you go ahead and rotate. We've already won that fight. I'm going to go ahead and proxy, and will he escape? Tower shot's going to reveal him, and now he might be in trouble.
Yeah, Descent into Madness, but the Blink out, actually, they don't deal any damage to him with that cooldown, so he does live to see another day. I mean, unfortunate that you get the Blink forced out, but you get the Cthulhu, you get the wave, and you live. I think that he's still smiling as he walks away from that one.
Yeah, he's definitely still smiling, but I think someone who won't be too soon is Zero Nudes. I mean, he just used the ult to try and chase down the kill, but the return gank is on the way. 3 assassins onto the life of him, and he's going to be executed and put down, as it looks as though Minion Hunters wanted to try and find something onto Rexador, but won't be able to. A free kill goes over into solo lane. Gold Fury now being started up. It looks like Spilled Milk are only understanding of what's going on.
Yeah, they do have a numbers disadvantage here for Spilled Milk, so this could be something that they look for. They do have vision here, so now walking into the pit, actually, I didn't think that they would really be looking to pull this, but now with everybody all grouped up and everybody aware of what's going on there, frankly, hunting for these picks jump out from Wake Bennett. There's the kickflip, and there's the beads forced out of Kamodongo. A huge Kernanos ult will split this fight up completely. Nuwa ult forced up and down. There she goes. Rexudor following suit here, gets a double kill, and now falling back out of the jungle, but they got exactly what they came for.
Yeah, what an ult from Rexador. The Wake Bennett just goes jumping into so many members, and then says, here, if you want to kill my guy, you're going to have to be polymorph first and kill my guy. We're going to kill your jungler. That's 3 dead on the side of Minion Hunters. This has to be a Gold Fury. Spilled Milk are just playing their leads into the objective fights so well. They understand how to fight as a unit, and they're just doing it so well. Kurodao, meanwhile, is just, like I said, split push solo lane all the way down. And this is what I was going to mention earlier. Zero Nudes has gone double magic defense into Spilled Milk, but he's still got to contest with Rexador, who is a crit ADC. He's got to deal with the Fenrir, and he's got to deal with a Pele as well. There is not just magical damage for him to be concerned about, and now he might be in understanding as Kamodongo is not.
Yeah, he gets the ult forced out, and I thought that he'd like big man energy that one and try to snipe him anyway, but going to stave that cooldown instead, knowing that this Gold Fury is still on the docket for them. I think that you're totally right. I mean, it's been mostly this Ao Kuang that's been killing him in solo lane, so double defense feels good in lane, and then you walk out and realize that Rexudor's level 17, 3 stacks on Rage after that fight, and I'm pretty sure he crit man, that is gonna bother me. Furball in the mouth with 3 autos in a row and just assassinated him at that red buff. If that same thing happens to this Cthulhu, it's gonna do the same amount of damage, because like you said, no Fizzdy for him. But now Gold Fury pulled nobody here from Minion Hunters yet. Furball is here, but oh my god, they stole it! No, they didn't.
No, they didn't. Spilled Milk did pick it up, but they'll pick up Donut Nizzle, sorry, is a consolation and force all of Spilled Milk under the T1 terrace. About what else they can find. Cthulhu's made the rotation, but Woodmancer has gone too far, and Ragnarok's under the tower.
Yeah, Woodmancer gets jump scared on that corner. Wake Bennett gets 2 there. What a play from him so far. Kamodongo in the invis trying to outrun the damage, but now Zero Nudes is here and finally making something happen. Gets the kill on the nerf of PK. Disengages his 1 HP mid laner, and now contesting with Wake Bennett and his crit build with Buttery God on standby. All the while, Kurodal looking for farm in that side of the jungle. It could have gone worse if you're Minion Hunters. I mean, Nuwa gets out 1 HP, you get a cleanup kill on your Cthulhu, but it's still not looking great for them. That's without Ao Kuang in that fight, level 17 on him, by the way.
Yeah, no, you're still feeling pretty bad about the situation if you're over here on Minion Hunters. Yes, you find 2 kills, but I mean, it was onto a level 14 Pele and a level 14 Thoth. These aren't the priority targets you want to be finding. There is a level 18 Kernanos and a level 17 split push bot Loki-esque Kurodao on Ao Kuang over here in solo lane. He hasn't even left. He soloed the Pyromancer whilst that was going on. Stole the entire jungle of Minion Hunters. There's nothing for Furball to farm. And so now anyone who does want to rotate him to punish him for this is so far under leveled that he's just gonna turn the fight as he just dummies it back in front of their faces like, you really want to do this?
And he's jumping in now, seeing blood in the water. Woodmancer in not quite XP threshold, but getting pretty damn close. He gets the 2 off, and that's going to be enough to peel for the time being. Rex is here, though, and he is a big Kernanos eating this Cthulhu. And speaking of eating, that's what Kurdal will do to finish him off. And now eyeing up his next target, just jumping in for the hell of it, man. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, he's just having fun with this, isn't he? He's like, yeah, I got focused out a little bit, but it doesn't matter. I'm still an Ao Kuang, and these were important cooldowns that they baited out. The shell coming out of the Sobek means he's in so much more danger as he's lurking in the water so soon to try and get this Fire Giant. Will hang on over Raven, but he doesn't steal it. It's Spilled Milk with the Fire Giant and the first kill and the second kill.
Yeah, now Woodmancer tries to pluck out, hits somebody on accident, and Rexador continues to just shred his way through these fights. He is the top of the player damage charts for a reason above this Nuwa. Everybody who stands in front of him gets disintegrated with that full rage. Level 19 has the oboe online. Plenty of damage to spread around and plenty of targets to do so. 4 dead, 4 minion hunters after they secure that Fire Giant for Spilled Milk with that final judgment. Now grouping up on this right side, trying to make something else happen. It's just 0 nudes for the time being, but they realize everybody else respawning and probably their best idea to back up.
Yeah, and I imagine they probably have a lot of gold in hand. You mentioned top player damage for Rexador, but can we get a look at minion damage? Because I bet Kurodo is donning that stat. He has just been
There's no stat for minion damage.
There is no stat for minion damage? No. What a crying shame. My man wanted to be put on the big stage, and he's been betrayed by Spectator.
Yeah, I mean, bad game, what can I say, but good game for Spilled Milk. Wow, what a transition. I'm a really good caster. As they move their way to this dual lane, anything in this jungle is theirs at this point. 12,000 gold in the lead and probably an excess of XP, I could only assume as well. You are fighting uphill at this point if you're minion hunters, and it is not a small hill. This is like Mount Kilimanjaro that you're standing at the bottom of and looking up at this level 20 Ao Kuang and level 20 Kernanos and wondering how in the hell you are going to stand in front of them.
Yeah, I mean, good luck, because I don't want to fight a Telekine's Rod of Tahuti. Death's Embrace.
Oh, yuck.
Ao Kuang. That doesn't sound fun. Oh, okay, I'll go on the Kernanos, the other level 20 guy. Well, no, thank you. He has a fully stacked Rage and Devos. He's just gonna lifesteal crit his way through everything. Oh, it's fine. We'll just use the Cthulhu ult, but there's a Sunder upgraded, finally, on the side of Wake Bandit on this Fenrir. He is just going to turn into fodder before he even realizes it. He'll go into the Descent into Madness, but when that Sunder gets placed, he is marked and will fall so fast. I'm just not sure that there is a way for minion hunters to find their way back into this, having given the leads to the side lanes that Spilled Milk have.
Right. I mean, Smite is an even game when you load in. I mean, everything you do in picks and bans can influence one way or the other. But in order to get to a point like this, you have made mistakes. So the only way that you can realistically get back into a game like this is waiting for your opponent to make a mistake and capitalizing on that. You have the gods required to do that. You have the Raven ult to escalate the damage, the Sobek pluck to set up one pick, and then snowball that into a fight of your own. But I mean, if Spilled Milk continue to play as cleanly as they have up until this point, I don't suspect that they will really be falling for any sort of shenanigans around those lines.
Yeah, and it looks like they have a couple of plans of their own, playing deep into the jungle without either of their backliners, because they have a third backliner in the form of Kurodo. Everyone's an assassin on Spilled Milk's comp. Anyone can die for minion hunters at the hand of anyone on Spilled Milk. So much just damage built out on everyone outside of Wake Bandit. But yeah, it's so tough. They built this teamfight centric comp and they just haven't been able to use it with the way Spilled Milk have played the map. And it looks like they might just force their way into this mid Phoenix without a fear in the world.
Yeah, this is going to have to be a do or die sort of situation for Minion Hunters. If they allow a reset here and don't get something for themselves, this is probably going to spell the end. Kamadago drifting over toward this mid lane, realizing this could be the siege that finishes it all if they're not careful. And now Kuradal split pushing, and that's the go sign for Wake Bandit. Jumps in, grabs Woodmancer, brings him back like a dog with a bone. Cthulhu up into the ult, but Woodmancer's already dead, and now Wake Bandit also going to follow suit. Good kill for Kamadago. Furballer actually does take out Kuradal, who wanted that Phoenix, so a good defense so far from the side of Minion Hunters, and now they're looking for a little bit more.
Yeah, and it might be Rexador in trouble. The flank has been had. The polymorph won't save your life. Shut down for Komodogo. And now they're looking for a little bit more. Hang on, Minions, murdering Mercury God.
Oh! He turns around and absolutely flattens Furballer with that one. Nerf from PK trying to make it happen on the Thoth like he did the Scylla. Unfortunately surrounded with too many members to come out on top of that one. Okay, when I said do it, I meant like snipe the Hachiman, but he just flicks that 90 degrees to the left and erases Furballer for even coming close to him. That I might have overreacted, but that caught me off guard. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he just kind of shotgunned him in the mouth. He said, hey, catch this one, and just puts him down. So no farm for Fireballer, but a huge shutdown for Komodogo onto Rexador. Just kind of happily whacking minions in the mid lane. Didn't know two members were behind his back and came and shut him down. But a really good engage actually came through. They found the Ragnarok onto Woodmancer. Is now plucked in. Finally a pluck on the aggression onto Wake Bandit, and it looks like they want to chase this one out. But oh no, it's Zero Nudes in trouble.
Yeah, he is grabbed and frankly shredded by Kuradal here in Wake Bandit. Now surrounded by the entire enemy team and falls for his sins. I mean, Kuradal tried to kill this Cthulhu, but as much damage as he does, it's not one-shot level damage. Kuradal now by himself, Frenzy popped, and they realize that Kuradal has already slipped the noose and gotten out of that one, so now Furballer just chucks some damage by way of Rexador. But here's Donut trying to get something happening on the back end of this one, forced out by the excellent positioning from Kamadago, realizing where he was coming from. And now, Furball jumping in once more.
Yeah, he jumps in but gets executed, and now it looks like Kuradal is going to chase this fight out as he lands from his ult.
Yeah, Woodmancer now leading the charge backward, and Zero Nude's going to say, all right, go this way through the Cthulhu. Well, that'll save you. Kuradal will go down as a result of it, and now Woodmancer chased around by this Pele. Buttery God trying to put some damage out to save him and forces Donut back, and now here's Rexador in a 1v1 with the enemy ADC. Both of them fall, so 1 for 1 in that, but overall, 4 for 2 here as Spilled Milk come out on top of that one. I thought that might have been a much better fight for the boys in red, but despite all odds, Minion Hunters claw back 1 or 2 important kills. Well, specifically, the 2 most important kills, the people who auto-attack the structures.
Yeah, those Fed side laners, they got the kills onto them, thankfully. But really bizarre, I thought the engagement was going to go so much better for them. Also, they had this great pincer maneuvement on them on the bottom side of Pyromancer, and it looked as though Furballer just gifted his life jumping in, giving Kuradal the execute, as Donut decides to gift himself to the other side so he can get a quick back. But it was just such a good pincer maneuvement, and they got the execute where Kuradal could land down into the backline to restart the fight. But Cthulhu lived. Zero Nudes on this Cthulhu lived for so long in the ultimate that it allowed for Buttery God to come back in and isolate in the back camps a 1-for-1 versus him and Rexador. So they bought so much time with this Cthulhu pick. Finally, some teamfight presence has appeared for Minion Hunters, and they just need to hold on a little bit longer, get some of these level 20s online for them, and they might just be able to bring this game back in their favor because this Fenrir pick is going to fall off. The Pele pick falls off late game. They have the tools they need to go late.
And Rex could get caught out here.
Ooh.
Good zoning ult there. I say that legitimately as that saved his life. Otherwise, he would have gotten collapsed on. Look at left lane, though. Kuradal, we said he might split push, and that's exactly what he's doing. Now Spilled Milk surging forward, trying to stop these backs. It is a race against time. Can they stop the split push? They cannot, so they engage instead. A big dunk coming out of Robin. That's actually going to land directly on top of the mid laner. Nerf and PK going to fall as a result of this engagement, but they are just walking forward into the choke point where Rex is pumping out damage, 1v everybody. He kills the entirety of minion hunters basically by himself. Donut gets a double kill credit, but that is 100% Cernunnos just standing there firing autos for free with no regard for anybody else's life but his own.
Yeah, game, set, and match, because Kurdo is saying, I'll race you. You do Fire Giant, I'll do Titan, and we'll see who can finish which faster, as it looks as though they do get Fire Giant. But hey, Obo's a pretty good item.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw the orange number or the orange pings of it bouncing around and heard it fizzing around Minion Hunter's team, but I would love to know just how much damage he did with that item versus Minion Hunters, because he farmed them in that channel. They were so grouped up, and he just backpedal autoed with Obo and Rage through the entire team of Minion Hunters. Rexador put on a clinic this set.
Oh yeah. Yeah, 10-11 at the end of game 2, and if I recall correctly, he had something equally as impressive in game 1. I don't know exactly what it might have been, but he is definitely my standout performer for this set. And I know how much you love max range Void. I also know you love backpedal autos, and that's why, man. Like, he single-handedly won a team fight by taping down Mouse 1 and standing in one place as the entirety of Minion Hunters just ran at them. I mean, they had a great engage on the Nerf and PK. They had the numbers advantage, but if you're going to just suicide into this Cernunnos, you can't expect the fight to come up in your favor.
Yeah, I think the opportunity was missed. Zero Nudes teleported to that left Phoenix to try and stop the split push, but he's already shown he can't 1v1 the Ao Kuang. He needs help. So the chance or the opportunity there was for him to stay and fight. They happily let him teleport back. They said, thank you. Your big team fight ultimate is no longer here at Fire Giant.
True.
We'll win this 4v4. Kuradel will win the 1v1 over on left Phoenix, and we'll win the game from there. I think it was such a misplay for them to not just take the fight. I mean, Spilled Milk really wanted to stop the backs. Okay, stop our backs. We'll just kill you in a 5v4, but they made it a 4v4.
Yep, very well said. I didn't actually remember that he teleported over, but that would be how he got over there in the first place. I remembered them stopping the backs and then suddenly a Cthulhu there, but teleport, they recently buffed it, so you can do that. And maybe that didn't play so well in their favor as it allowed them to make what was realistically probably a mistake, as you pointed out. But that's going to do it for our hero set right here. And of course, your winning team is going to be Spilled Milk and the boys on, or excuse me, Wake Bennett and the boys on Spilled Milk. They take this one 2-0 over Minion Hunters. So everybody going to be looking out for this team. I think they played lights out right here. Any closing thoughts for us, Felix, before we toss this one out?
No, I think the real thing to take for Minion Hunters is just to not be scared to pull the trigger. Go in when you want to go in and just commit to it, because Spilled Milk did just that. And once they got online, they just never let go of their lead.
Yep. Well said from Felix here, and that's going to do it for us on the cast, and we are going to throw this one to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We've got Backstage Pass versus DK Crew. That is our godlike US matchup for this week, so we'll be bringing that one to you in just a couple minutes, so stick around and we will be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, for the third and final set of this weekend. I am the Damnati, and I'm going to be joined here by Dr. Thanatos for the final game or set, of this weekend, which is going to be DK Crew versus Backstage Pass in the division of Godlike. So this is going to be your highest tier that we're going to be bringing you today, and we've seen some interesting plays from the first set, and then we've seen some pretty astute plays coming from the second set there. What do you expect to see from these two teams?
I expect to see some of just by far the highest level of play we've seen. Granted, it's a little obvious. They are our top tier, but on top of that, they have some really good players on both team here. Little Richie, Dark Please, and Dashboard all on the side of Backstage Pass, and it's going to be crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got some familiar names. Happen is a very familiar name, and then we've got Little Richie and Dark Please. I think that Dashboard guy streams sometimes for Chinfu and his clout farming over there on Dashboard TTV. But we see a new band come out in the first stage here, and that's Morrigan. Guan Yu, Set, and Apollo. This is all pretty standard, but Morrigan band away. This isn't something too typical, but I mean, we've seen it be brought out to pretty good success. Do you like this band?
Yeah, I think this band and these higher level tiers is great. Morrigan she just gets stronger and stronger the better of a player and better of a team you are as a total. The ability to transform into, say, 2 Hunbats or 2, tanks, 2 Sobek, something like that, or stealing stealing per se a character from the other team. It just gives you so many opportunities to change how you're fighting and how to really win a fight.
Yeah, and I think an early pickup on the Morrigan could also shape your draft phase. All of a sudden, you might have thought, "Oh, I want to get this Ratatosker, or I want to get this Humbats," like you mentioned, but all of a sudden it's like, well, do I really want to deal with that on the other side? That sounds kind of annoying to deal with. And it looks as though Scylla will be the final ban over there for the side of DK Crew. And Danzabaru, something we haven't seen yet and unlikely to see, but something apparently we're going to see tons of is Sobek being locked in. Me personally, I don't know how much I like this being a ban and a pick, but what do you make of this one?
I think he is probably one of the strongest supports there. On top of, next the two of them are just kind of quintessential. I'm going to kill whatever I see. Sobek more on the side of, I'm just going to pluck someone into my whole team and watch them disappear in midair. So I think Sobek has a lot of potential just in the setup alone. And then his peel is almost unmatched. That knockup really, really disrupts fights in those back lines when the front line of the other team is trying to get on top of you. He just does a great job at that. And then last of all, but definitely not the least important part of his kit, is that ultimate. It's really, really good, that Lurking in the Waters, to finish off some kills or even, slow down an entire team while they're trying to run away. He just has so much CC just across the board that it's just really strong, in my opinion.
Yeah, lots of crowd control, but when you pick up a Sobek as your first pick, you enable something like a Giannis over here for the side of Backstage Pass. And this is something that has been, I'd imagine, banned out in most of your ranked games, but also banned out a really solid amount thus far in the Audacity Gaming League. He's seen a lot of play taken away from him, and it looks as though they will be able to pick that one up for Backstage Pass. And a Fafnir, which is kind of interesting to me. It kind of says you're going to go some Hunters, but so early in the draft, what do you make of this?
I mean, I think the reason they're picking up this early is probably more of a comfort pick for the support, something he plays a lot. Like Fafnir is not necessarily something you're ever going to hate having on your team. He has a good stun with a little bit of a slow aura around it. He has disarm. He's pretty strong, and that ultimate really strong at times. You can get caught out when you're going in/out of it, but I don't think it's something you really hate picking up early. I really do think it's more just the line of a comfort pick, and then picking up this Heimdall with it. It's going to let him build maybe a little bit more power since he's going to get that attack speed buff via the 2 from Fafnir.
Yeah, very safe is the Fafnir pick. So I guess he does have that to his merit too. Difficult to kind of counter him out as Dark Please is Heimdall. He loved that one in the first season of the Audacity Gaming League. He's going to pick that one up. But Anha and Tsukiyomi being picked up over on the other side for DK Crew. Tsukiyomi's seen a little bit of flexibility in the jungle and in the solo. And me personally, I think I kind of like him in the solo lane. He bullies that one out pretty easily. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think we've seen even more Tsukiyomi solo in games. Seen him in jungle. He's usually one of these, second phase bans. So picking up now is a good spot. He has that flex. He can go jungle. He can go solo. If you get a good solo matchup, then he's easily going to win that lane, and he can start rotating into those mid fights and really start making a difference. And one major thing he has in this game specifically is a Tsukiyomi ultimate can track this Janus. He tries to run away via a portal. It's not happening. The Tsukiyomi is following you there, and he's not leaving. He's not letting you get out of that for nearly as freely against most other assassins.
Yeah, there's a little bit of thinking to be done there, kind of like the way Susanoo makes a Giannis have to think about what escape routes he wants to take. The Tsukiyomi ult does a similar thing as Kakullen makes it through all bans and all of the first rounds of picks to be picked up in the second phase here from Backstage Pass. And that's a solo laner we've seen a ton of, abusing your ranked games and abusing pretty much all solo laners who cross his path. But is he going to be able to abuse this tier who we saw in the previous set just kind of walk around and do what he wants?
Yeah, I think this is an interesting matchup here. Tyr might have a little bit of fight potential into him, but I don't think it's enough where he's in that lane. It's this Kukulkan's gonna win lane. It's can this Tyr keep up with him in terms of items, in terms of just rotation, all that kind of things. I think it's really gonna be back of Shootable to really keep up with this Kukulkan just across the board, because you let a Kukulkan get a little bit of a can just absolutely start running with.
Yeah, Kakulkan can definitely run away with his leads, and I'm taking a look at these two comps here, Thanatos, and I'm kind of scared for Backstage Pass here. There's Anha and Nuwa. Just how do you live the dive of a Camazotz and Kakulkan? Because there's so much dive going on there that it's just like, how do you survive it so much? You can't detonate the minions on a Camazotz. He's just going to go up into the sky, and then Kakulkan just kind of happily knocks you up in exchange. But for the boys on DK Crew, their backliners, they have portals to take, whether it be metaphorical ones or whatever you want to call Heimdall's portals, how he transports across the map. Or if it's Yana's portals, they have numerous ways to escape the dive.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be on it's very specifically Maisie, Simp, and Descriptive to really work together to not group up too close to each other. If they group up too close, this Camazotz ult is gonna get the extra damage for hitting more than one member of the enemy team. And the same thing with Ukalan. If he's hitting more than one person with his ability, he's going to get more stacks of rage. So they need to stay a little bit separated, but they still need to stay close enough together that when say this Camazotz doesn't get his ult off in time, you're able to quickly pick him off and finish him. So it's just going to depend on the backliners of DK Crew to really pay attention to what's going on and, working together as well as you really can.
What a fine balance to try and catch, right? You so desperately want to group together and use your CCs as Pluck goes down onto Dark Please. He might be in trouble now, but good body blocks coming through from Dashboard, but the Disperse has gone through and massive damage going onto the duo lane of DK Crew. So duo lane kind of going maybe as you expect with a Sobek and Anhur as more aggression goes down into the middle lane as a good portal burns the beads out from Maisie Simp, and no kills anywhere, but tons of aggression.
Yeah, I mean, the aggression here in mid lane, it's kind of a little bit of a stalemate. The Camazotz, he's got some strong early pressure, but it's not a ton of damage by any means. Same thing with Janus. It's pressure, but it's not that much kill potential. While Tsukiyomi with that early stun, on top of, the new wash, she has the minions and the... And the 3, excuse me, sorry. You have a double lockdown there, and there's a lot of kill potential. So they just need to be paying attention in mid lane who's getting focused as aggression here in duo.
Yeah, tons of aggression, but the escapes are available now for both members of DK Crew, and you'll happily just jump away. We didn't get to see it, but Shootable got so much damage onto Hotshot over on this Kakalan. It looks like he used the blink to try and get the kill on him, but just not quite enough. But I was gonna say earlier, it's kind of counterintuitive, right? You want the backline. I'm gonna have to stop my words once more. Great Pillar Impel goes on to Dark Pleases. They're just forcing so much aggression onto this DK Crew duo lane. They're living with whatever slithers of health, but this is surely going to open up a purple buff invade as that one is looking to respawn now.
Yeah, I think the craziest thing here about this aggression here from DK Crew is they haven't forced the bead out of Dark Please at all yet. He's been sitting on that how many times now? He got pillar stun there, didn't care. He's been jumped on at least 3-4 times, plucked another 2-3 times. As now the fighting is going on.
Yeah, it looks like the jungler has made the rotation. Lil Richie's here, disarm, leap. 1 HP is the member of Descriptive, and he fools Dark Please getting the first blood, and now Sobek, without health, without mana, and without hope, he fools for the second one, and Janus, so done without you, will pick up the second, and Happen is finding the trade on the opposite side of the map. It looks like he got the blue buff invade and invaded the back camps, so they got something in exchange. But if you're the duo lane of DK Crew, Backstage Pass, you're not feeling too happy about the way that one went.
It's part of what happens when you're gonna go aggressive onto the duo lane side. You should expect somebody to come over there and not always a 4-man rotate to really guarantee the kills there, but good on the rest of DK Crew to realize we have a little bit, they're all on that side of the map. Let's push up mid lane, steal a little bit of the camps over there, get a little bit in return there. So, the 2 for 0 there doesn't hurt nearly as much as it would if they had just, accepted defeat.
Yeah, they managed to trade something out. It wasn't all for nothing. And at the end of the day, a blue buff being lost for Kakalan isn't the end of the world, right? I mean, he doesn't need to concern himself with mana, but he might need to concern himself with this rotation from Happen, but he gets away to the T1 tower just in time. So what are you looking for from these two team comps, right? Because they both transition into the late game fairly well, but it looks like DK Crew have found an early hold, at least in the kill column, and they have a small leading gold as well, almost 1,000 gold now. It's gonna be difficult for them to try and find something if they just keep allowing aggression to happen to them, right?
Yeah, I'd highly agree with that. I mean, I think on the side of DK Crew here, as just an FYI, the names on the top are flipped here, so a little slight confusion here. And it'll be fixed next game, but DK Crew here on the Order side, blue side, they need to really just keep getting aggressive. They have some late game, but if they keep playing aggressive like they are on these blue buffs invades, it'll give them some leads on some of these characters that are a little more mid game focused, like this Anher, a little bit of this tier to an extent. They want to focus in on that and really keep putting the pressure in to backstage pass.
Yeah, they've given this lead over to Tyr, right? And it's going to be interesting to see what he can make happen with that. Is he going to find some proxying and rotations and try and leverage something for his team to be able to lift them back into game? But take a look at the ADC builds. This is, the ADC build has been kind of flipped on its head. It was I say so long, but the start of Season 8, it was that Berserker Shield, Failnaught Wind Demon build, right? But now with Crit being nerfed and Failnaught being nerfed, we're seeing some transitions, some still clinging on to the Berserker Shield, but we saw Rexador go for Devo's both.
Yeah, I mean, like
trading out that early game for a stronger lane.
Yeah, the Devos is just, it's never going to be a bad item for the most part. It's going to let you trade out in every scenario. The lifesteal is just extremely great, and if you pair that with the Death Toll, especially on a Heimdall, you have a ton of lifesteal. I mean, you can pretty much just sit there autoing the wave, and you'll get to full HP, it feels like, every single time. But if you're going that Berserker's route, you're going for a kill, and that's what Descriptive here on this Anher is going to be doing. That's what you want to do on an Anher, is go aggressive, get these pillar stuns, then do these, Desert Fury, and just 100-0 that enemy ADC right away before they can get any chance to try to lifesteal back up.
Speaking of not having a chance, Maisie Simp being aggressive, but huge damage numbers put onto Little Richie. He's forced into the bat out of hell, taken out of the sky from the fire charge. Maisie Simp picks that one up and gets DK Crew on the board. Darkblaze now on the retreat. No boots, no way out. He's taken down and the kill column is evened up. An over-aggression here from Backstage Pass. And DK Crew, like we mentioned earlier, the names are flipped, managed to find something back, and they're getting their names into the game.
Yeah, Backstage they're getting a little too aggressive there. They really wanted the kill on Maisie there, but they just didn't have enough damage, and that Sobek was right there ready to help peel and knock up. And you also see the Tsukiyomi doing well into this into these Camazotz. If he before the Camazotz gets up into the air, you're still going to hit him for damage while he's up there. And on top of that, if he's the last one you hit, you're landing right where he lands, and he's not in a good spot, and it's exactly what happened to Little Richie. Thought he had a chance out of that one, but the Tsukiyomi kept right on top of him and finished him off in that fight.
Right, how frustrating is that? You're like, oh, I'm a Camazotz there. I
can't die.
I just go up into the sky and I can't die, but when Tsukiyomi ult and the Nuar ult is on you, you definitely can die, and you felt the pain of that one. Maisie Simp cleaning up his life. She's like, hey, you want to leap in on me? Take this minion detonate onto your face and then die in the sky to my ult. That's got to be fun, right? It definitely was not for Lil Richie, who has actually transitioned to the jungle role for this season. He played mid lane for the previous season. Now he's in the jungle role, so it'll be interesting to see how he does. And he brings his attention back over to dual lane, blinks in, but Happen knew about it. They want to turn it around as everyone on both teams, other solo laners, is drawing their attention over it.
Yeah, Darkblaze there with a nice little juke to avoid the stun. Had he been stunned there, would have definitely been forced to use those beads and really get a lot more scared than he was in that scenario. But, as you were mentioning with Little Richie, I think a lot of people saw how strong he really was. He was playing that, I remember him specifically on the Scylla, I believe it was one of the quarterfinal games, just absolutely demolishing the entire game by himself. So it's nice to see him branch out a little bit, and I'm interested to see if this jungle role plays out just as well as he did in that mid lane, because he was that team, it felt like, in those quarterfinals.
Yeah, he had some big damage games, so hopefully he can bring that to the jungle role here for Backstage Pass. Looks as though the rotation's been brought over to rival Hotshot. He's going to be taken down with relative ease. It looks as though Backstage Pass won in the understanding that that one's gone. The members have gone over there. Hang on, Shootball's just jumped into an unstable vortex. He's very low, as is Little Richie in the sky, 1 HP. Shootable gets taken down, as does Little Richie. It's a 2-0 for DK Crew. They lose their solo laner, but they pick up 2 in exchange.
Yeah, for once, it actually seems Backstage Pass was able to get their blue buff, didn't get it stolen there, if I recall correctly. I could be slightly off there, but that's more life for Backstage Pass. Finally getting able to defend that buff. They may have, and they only, they may have, but, Kukulkan with the blue buff, hashtag kind of maybe worth. I mean, the Fafnir got a kill, so a little bit of more gold in his pocket, let him finish those builds up a little bit quicker. He's not even going into the Thieves route like this Sobek is here, so he's going a little more, I would say a little more selfish. The Thieves is a lot more, it's a slower kind of item that, it's going to take a lot of stacks to come up. And, once they come up, you're tanky and you give your team some tank as well.
Look out, Dark, please. You're in real trouble. He's forced to auto-away just to save his life. Numbers are now rotating over to see if they can clean up some ADCs who didn't know a rotation was on its way. But yeah, it's an interesting debate, right? Do you go Sovereignty first and get those early protections online? You get the HP5 sustain early and you can try and bully your way from there? Or do you go the Thieves and try and get the big prize out of the way early and try and get that one going? But Dashboard has opted for this Sovereignty, and I think if you're on the side of DK Crew here and you're Rakuri on this Sobek, you're pretty happy that you've gotten to this state in the game, not behind, and you have the Thieves online.
Yeah, 100%. Especially, the more, they just, slow this fight, slow the game down a bit, a little buff. The more stacks he's going to be getting on these Thieves and more protections, as we had already noted. So, and on top of that, he already has his passive in the Sobek with damage mitigation. It's just, the longer this game goes, the tankier this Sobek is really going to feel, and you're going to feel it on the other team trying to shred through him. While this Fafnir, he's going to stay what feels a little bit like roughly the same tankiness, I'd say. I think, he'll get tankier, but it's not going to be nearly as unkillable as this Sobek is going to feel.
Take a look at this. It's Backstage Pass really want to make this game happen. They've been roaming around this left side of the jungle relentlessly trying to find this Anher, as they do once more try and find him. The blinks are down, stun will find him. And does the Desert Fury secure the purple buff? It does not. They managed to steal that one away. But you can just see the desire to go in, and it's actually the aggression onto Dashboard. He's chunked down to half health. He'll take space and time out. But they're behind almost 1,000 in gold. They're just not managing to find the aggression in the right way, and it's just allowing DK Crew to slowly get themselves in the game, and they're finding small leads.
I mean, being down, it's right around like 600-ish range.
Right.
Don't quote
Right,
me.
it's not down.
Math on cast is the curse of the century, but it's nothing crazy. And they're still playing aggressive, and they're not letting just this small little deficit really hurt them at all. They're going aggressive. They want to put down Descriptive. They want to steal his buffs. If you're going to keep stealing my blue buff, we're going to take your purple buff. Play on one side of the map, we'll play on the other side. So they're doing exactly what they need to be doing to try to keep this game as even as possible, even if there is a little bit of a, tilt one direction.
Right, I guess the point, the math on cast isn't safe, but I guess the point is it's surprising that Backstage Pass haven't managed to leverage themselves a lead, right? It's a credit to DK Crew being able to stall or halt the advance of Backstage Pass to be able to put themselves in, albeit a small lead. They still have one as they're looking to get aggressive on the blue buff again.
Yeah, taking this blue buff about 70 miles outside of it. But that means he's leaving Happen all alone, but Happen goes right back in. But knocked up there is going to get focused out here by the Camazotz ultimate. Fafnir jumps in, able to finish. Shootable with a massive, able to take about half the team on the other side of the map.
Yeah, big two-man Fearless goes down, but it looks like that might just be it. The re-engage is coming through from backstage pass. Cullen getting things started. All members separating has put Maisie Simp on an island. She's gonna get taken down. The new one, but hang on, look at these ADCs traversing the map. It looks like Descriptive has been on a run, and Rival Hotshot almost found him, but not quite. A big win for Backstage Pass. I said they were looking for something, and they finally got it.
Oh, they 100% got it there. Tier 1 tower here in mid as well after Dark Please, I'm going to assume was fighting Descriptive there and wins out, and I think a large portion of that, to be honest, comes down to the fact that the only lifesteal Descriptive have is that Death Toll, and that's, you know, right around 9 HP in auto versus a full Devos plus Death Toll on the side of Dark Please. You're not winning that fight unless you start the fight in your advantage like this, but the Portal able to get Dark Please out for the moment, but Happen not letting him get any further than that.
Yeah, Dark Please was feeling pretty happy about chasing Descriptive across the map and winning that 1v1 previously so early, but it's not a 1v1 anymore, and we know you're there, impaled into the wall and shut down in quick succession. So Dark Please would take a quick trip back to base, and that opens up an opportunity for the Scorpion to be done, and is. So now some enhanced buffs over on this left side, so a small win here for DK Crew back after what was terrible, but not a great team fight on the right side.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very disjointed, but it still went in the favor of Backstage Pass, so you take those. But, you know, now a little bit more of a being down, Shootable rotating over here, getting ready to try to put a little bit of fight, zone out a little bit on the already respond, and it looks like DK Crew are already starting it, and it's already at half HP.
Yeah, it's half HP. They're doing it on Vision. They're not scared at all. Dashboard isn't in position to steal it away, or was he? I didn't see who took that one down. Forced into the transformation is Dashboard, but he has to jump away because he's so low. All members on retreat now for DK Crew, and Happen takes the first spill of the fight. Amazing that more members haven't died considering the health bars.
Yeah, I mean, that right there is one of the disadvantages of Tsukiyomi, however. If you use that ultimate and your team is not following up with you, you're kind of surrounded right there. And he was surrounded 1v, I think, all 5 members on the side of Backstage Pass were all around Happen, and he had nowhere to go. And his team just left him to die because they knew it wasn't worth it to stick around. But, you know, DK or Backstage Pass here realized that, and they're going aggressive.
Yeah, they stuck around for the T2 tower. They wanted a little more. Beads and Aegis was burned from Maisie Simp, but the rest of the members are now in trouble. Tyr goes into the Lawbringer. Fearless is into the knockup immune. 2 ability from Heimdall. This leaves Rival Hotshot all on his own. He's gonna fall in quick succession there. Descriptive picks that one up. An overextension for this T2 tower. Questionable decision making there. I have to say, like, I'm not sure what they expected. The death timers aren't long. They only got 1. What are they sticking around for this T2 for?
I mean, I think they're just trying to push a lead that they kind of didn't have yet. I mean, they didn't. I don't believe they got the Gold Fury there. I'm pretty sure it was Backstage who got it, and they were trying to run away as Descriptive squeaking out with 1 HP there. But, you know, they're trying to just get a little bit of something more than they really had room for. And they had a chance there after taking Happen. But again, they're still 4 members strong, and they're sitting in a tier 2. You're not really getting through that at like 17 minutes when it's a 4v5. It's without Fire Giant, nothing's gonna happen except death for one very specific team, and that's the team trying to push.
Yeah, unfortunately they only lost their solo laner, so it didn't result in anything too bad, but Greater Scorpion, or FORP, as we apparently are now calling it. The FORP has been completed at the 19-minute phase, so Fire Giant will be spawning shortly, and we'll finally start to see some real fights over some real substance happen over here on the right side of the map. Both teams have been very keen to get into one another, and I don't think that's going to be stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, right now, with it being basically as even as it's been all game, as Holt that thought, Shootable a little bit overextended, and the rest of the team of Backstage want to go into him, but realize that's a tier. Wait a second, I'm definitely not killing that. So they back off, but yeah, now is the time to get some wards on this Fire Giant after, that magical 4 has dropped. So now's the time to get vision and really try to get, a fight going so you have the advantage towards getting this Fire Giant.
DK Crew are pulling the Pyromancer early. It's getting low. Members are now starting to congregate as they realize what's happening. It is DK Crew that will pick that one up, and that's going to make the fight happen. 2-man knock up here from Hotshot, but he's left all on his own because the zone is going on to the other side. Happen picks up Hotshot, but Shootable falls in exchange. Both solo laners taking an early tumble, trying to do work for the team. Dashboard now taken down by Descriptive, and this pillar is just separating the team fight. They can't move through the shifting sands. Descriptive with a double kill, and they might just turn their attention to Fire Giant, or maybe this T1, it might be a little too soon.
Yeah, it looks like they're just a little bit too low after that fight, so they decide to take the safer route there and go for some towers. But you have to, as you mentioned, that shifting sands, the pillar from Descriptive, absolutely just destroyed any hopes Dark Please had getting out of that fight. I believe he was sitting right on that portal, and that pillar just completely blocked him from walking into it. It was just an excellent pillar by him there, and he just, another good pillar there, keeping this Janus out of the fight.
That is the best portal you will see lead to nothing ever in Smite.
Exactly.
A 3-man Janus portal. I mean, he got beads, but that was pretty cool.
Yeah, you can only do so much when the giant slow and a giant pillar in your way. And your Camazotz is, oh god, I'm going to die. There's 3 of them. They're scaring me. So, doing what they can, but just slightly not enough. But, now fight's going back over here to this right-hand side of the map. Looks like going to be some more wards traded out back and forth for the next, minute or so before somebody gets a little too antsy and, kills himself, most likely.
Yeah, I think both teams, or DK Crew, were happy to pull that Pyromancer and say, hey, if we lose it and the fight erupts, we only lost the Pyromancer, but losing the Fire Giant will be a little bit more severe. Backstage Pass have pulled it because they have all 5 members. Nuar uses the ultimate and takes about a good 25% off of them, and that's enough to make them back up. They'll pick up the Primal Fury to DK Crew, and now the health bars are just a little bit too low for them to want to pull it back in, and they just get a Constellation Scorpion, but through space and time, has started the fight all over. Huge damage goes down onto Mazisim. No ult for her to escape up into, and now they're on full retreat under the T2, but look out. Shootable on the flank. He might be able to find some members. He's trying to go in. Blink is interrupted. Big. Janus burns the bee. Tsukiyomi gonna follow him through the ult. That's gonna make him use the Aegis. And all members so low for Backstage Pass, and finally Little Richie's gonna take a fall.
Yeah, still going into this fight here. Descriptive just trying to throw this optimals. Another pillar, slowing people down. Pluck from the Sobek there, able to keep Dashboard back. And now it looks like DK Crew here are in a really good spot to maybe even push for fire here. Might be a little too risky, but I do want to point out there, Happen there, that fight could have gone even better. But on that last tick of his ultimate, he ends up grabbing Dashboard, which means he doesn't end up right where that Janus is. And I think that just kind of loses them a Fire Giant entirely off that one little, misplay or just, good, thought process there on the side of Dashboard.
Oh man, and just so frustrating for Backstage Pass. You could see they're like, okay, we know they're going to do gold, we'll pull fire, and then Nuar ult completely destroys that idea, and they're like, okay, we got to make something happen. We just let them have gold for free. They threw space and time, take down Mazisim, but then they managed to lose the fight from there. It looked like it was going to be such a good fight, but another great pillar from Descriptive separated that entire channel and stopped Backstage Pass from coming through. I mean, he is playing lights out on this Armher.
Yeah, I mean, look, at 4-1 and 5, he damage. Only to Nuwa, who has fake damage, because she gets the hit 4 and damage an entire team at once. He's really putting on a show here, and he's finished this Death's Embrace now. So now he has some noticeable amount of lifesteal here. So he can now kind of take these 1v1s and actually win a lot of them here. So interested to see what DK Crew here are looking to do now that they are definitely in the advantage right here.
Yeah, it looks like they have positioning of the Fire Giant to DK Crew. They have started up about 30% off of the health of that. Tyr and Sobek fighting over wards, and it looks like they have dropped the FG was the call. No sustain, notably on the side of either team to, pull an objective and back up. It looks like a Pluck did go down onto dashboard. He's been shoved into a wall, forced into the Draconic Corruption, and now a huge engage comes through from Hotshot and Lil Richie. They're going to take down the with the aid of So Done Without You, and now Aegis is not going to be enough for you, Maisie Simp. You're in the middle of so many members. You've just got a Sobek trying to save you, and she does. Full 2 members down for DK Crew, and the poor Heimdall running from Shootable. But the health bars are so low, I don't think they can pull this fire.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree. I don't think these fights are just keep one team just gets away with just the slightest amount of HP as Rikaru trying to be a meanie little Sobek stopping portal, but he squeezes his way through there. But I think a big note there was So Done Without You. Absolutely massive through space and time. Clipped at least 1-2 members. Finished descriptive there in that fight, and it just turned that whole fight. But, in the back end of it, Shootable being Tyr just harassing the heck out of Dark Please to the point where he had to run away and back, and now he's just getting to this Fire Giant. But now that means the rest of Backstage, or the rest of DK Crew are here.
Yeah, it looks like DK Crew have turned up huge mortal pain, gets 3 members knocked up, Beast burnt onto Lil Richie. He's being shoved away from the rest of his team, and now it looks like the members of Backstage Pass have retreated and taken their attention to Shootable. Forced into the ultimate is Lil Richie, and this Tyr is being chased all the way down his solo lane, but the troops have arrived to aid his retreat, and a huge new RL upon respawn, collecting such a good skill shot onto all 5 members. She takes down Lil Richie, and what was a Fire Giant pull for Backstage Pass is now going to be on the side of DK Crew. This Tyr is just moving and pushing the members of Backstage Pass around. They can't do what they want because there's just too much interruption going on between Tyr and Sobek.
Yeah, this Tyr is just... I don't think I've seen Dark Please get to step forward once in this game, as now he has a chance to into the ultimate onto Shootable, who is now just surrounded by members of Backstage Pass, but almost out of it, but So Done Without You, not letting him get out. Another great spruce through space and time to finish one off there.
Yeah, double stun goes on to happen. He uses the ult for CC immunity to try and retreat. Looks like their attempt to try and save Shootable cost them 2 lives. This Fire Giant is not going to be used to siege for the foreseeable future. Looks like they might just turn their attention to a Golf or maybe a T2 here in mid. Just too much zoning, I guess, from Shootable. You're tanky and annoying, but you're only annoying until you're too annoying that you go too far.
Yeah, exactly that. And you're, leaving Backstage Pass to get room to just clean up some of these towers here, since you need a Fire Giant on 3 members. Granted, they're on 3 good members, a tank and then 2 carries, but at the same time, it does make your backline or your front line not nearly as strong when it comes to, if Tyr here, if Shootable on that Tyr had it, I don't think there's a way Dark Please gets a chance to breathe with him. But, with this Fafnir, however, though, of Dashboard, able to just start cleaning up these Tier 2s across the map, with or without Fire Giant, is Backstage Pass.
Yeah, it looks like they'll be happy to just take the T2s and give up the God Fury. Like, that's just a Primal Fury. It's not a Noni Fury. We don't need to be too concerned. We got the permanent objectives in the T2s if we want to start sieging later. So they got something, did Backstage Pass, over what really feels like they shouldn't have. And now it's finally DK Crew's attempt at sieging. And they're going to look towards these T2 towers. And would you like to see him go for a Phoenix, or is it just T2s on the menu here?
Oh, it needs to be Tier 2s. If you only have 3 members with Fire, I don't think it's nearly enough pressure to really push through that. And there is potential here for Backstage Pass. Keep this in mind, for them to actually go and try to defend the Tier 2 and really just stop DK Crew from pushing in here. And it looks like they're going to throw a little bit of damage here. Doesn't look like they're going to go for a full defense. But, you know, a little bit of damage here and there slows that process down and means that that Fire Giant buff's going to fall off ever so sooner next time they try to fight.
Yeah, and take a look at this. Dashboard's level 20 with the Sentinel's Embrace finish over Rokuri, and he has an E-Staff too. So, I mean, if he's stunning, sundering, and transforming onto anyone, that target is the kill target. 5-man knockup from Rival Hotshot. What an engagement that was. Plucked back in. It's so done with you, and Tsukiyomi's going to follow in with the ult. He's going to survive under the T2 tower, but who won't survive is Maisie Simp 2. He's going to fall, as will Lil Richie, and happen because he went too far under that tower. What a scrappy little fight, but this is what Backstage Pass wanted. Separate the members, and when you have Fire Giant and you want to take more objectives, but you can't because we've just forced everyone everywhere. But what a knockup from Rival Hotshot.
Yeah, that entire that tower is dead without a 5-man knockup out of Kukulkan. That is some of the potential Kukulkan has, and one of the reasons why top solo lane. You fly in there with a blink, knock up so many members. They have no idea what to do. They'd have to pre-beats that. It's almost impossible to pre-beats a Kukulkan appearing out of literally nowhere and just blowing your whole team back. And luckily there for So Done Without You, if he dies there, that was the Aegis barely keeping him alive. He dies there, and I think yet again that fight has a chance for DK Crew to take that tower and just run through it. But again, on the Tsukiyomi, just slightly off the mark on some of these ults and just not able to finish some of this damage. He needs to get on to these backliners.
Yeah, he found the ult onto So Done Without You, but like you said, that Aegis just bought so much time under the T2 and that left him on an island on his own, so he fell. But I don't know if you caught that in the mid lane, an interaction there. Dashboard had his Coerce on Dark Please, and he used the 2 onto Shootable and applied the E-Staff proc through Heimdall 2. How annoying is that? The different applications that you can get through Coerce.
Absolute big brain strats there, and that's what you're going to see out of this Deity division here. The absolute biggest of brains doing the biggest of things. I mean, that, you know, in a little interaction like that might not seem crazy, but in fights, it could actually make a bit of a difference, give Dashboard a little bit of a burst of health there as like a kind of pseudo heal, as well as, you know, just giving Dark more damage. So I don't think it's likely to make a just massive difference, but there is a possibility it does something. Sorry, right. Godlike division. I'm very wrong.
It's cute, if nothing else. You know, it's very cute as Pyromancer is cleaned up by Backstage Pass, and this is an enhanced Fire Giant that I believe DK Crew would love to start up because they've had 2 Primal Furies done and around their side. So hang on, 3-man knockup. Kukulkan finding these huge engagements happen on the retreat. That's not where you want your jungler. Shootable now trying to find the flank, but it's too late. All members of DK Crew are on full retreat. Happens so very low. It still hasn't fallen just yet. Maisie Simp now finally gonna fall alongside does happen. A huge shove out of the T2 tower back into the fight, but that cost Lil Richie his life. A 2 for 2 on what really should have been a much cleaner fight for Backstage Pass.
Oh no, So Done going for the portal, trying to get it a little bit out of the right into Shootable, picked off there. And now it's a 3 for 2 in the favor of DK Crew. This is like the only fight so far that has been a blank for, sorry, like a 3 for 2. Everything else has been like 2 for 2, 2 for 1. Right. And this is going to allow Descriptive here to take this Fire Giant. And with that build he has there is potential he can shred this by himself. But instead, looks like they're just going to play it safe and back.
Interesting decision for them to back up there. And like you said, he has the Death's Embrace finish, and we talked about it in the previous game. Just your ability to solo objectives with this item is very high. So I'm kind of curious as to why they called off the troops. Maybe didn't have the vision that they felt they needed for that engagement. But the backline of DK Crew are buying so much time. Maisie Simp 2 and Descriptive are buying so much time when they're getting dove by Lil Richie and Hotshot. Even with a 3-man knockup, they can't put these fights in the dirt quick enough. and Space and Time's ripping through here. I mean, what more can you do if you're Backstage Pass?
The only thing you can hope is for maybe Little Richie to get in there and just do just a little bit more damage. 2, 6, and 11. I mean, it's a pretty hard backline to dive here. The Nuwa stun, if you're not, already hitting the ultimate, you're most likely getting stunned by that. And the same thing with the Anhur Impale, you're most likely getting shoved in. So it's really hard for him to get that damage. But if he can just get that ultimate just a slight bit quicker, that little 10% of HP these carries are getting away with, they're not going to be getting away with that anymore.
Yeah, notable timers to take note of here are the beads here for Maisie Simp 2 and Descriptive, both on cooldown for another 25 seconds or so. I know the Backstage Pass would love to get something started before those come back up, but with beads being down on their mid and jungle, might just halt that aggression. More tiptoeing around the Fire Giant. And it's all going to be about if we can find another engagement, and it looks like Shubal's gone blinking into the backline, and huge damage with the new ultimate has gone through. Happen finding both the backliners. 1 HP is Darkbleed. Can he escape under the T2? He does. Space and Time used to try and take him down. Little Richie's going to escape to the north, and it's Happen who finally falls once again for overstepping, and Dashboard now might be in a world of hurt of his own as he's plucked back in. Descriptive takes that one down, and with health bars the way they are for Backstage, this might just be Fire Giant. Finally, for the side of DK Crew, they just got to pick it up.
Yeah, every single one of these fights are just so close, and there's always just one little thing that changes those fights. I don't know if you caught it, but on the back end there on that tier 2, when Happen was chasing down So Done Without You, he throws the ranged auto from 3, and it's just half an inch off of it. And then, the rest of Backstage Pass are able to collapse on top of him and finish him off. It's just those small little things don't seem like too much at the moment, but they add up, and especially in these games when they're going late. There's already 36 minutes in. It's one of the latest games we've seen here today. Oh my God!
He just got blasted into the dirt. He jumped in with Recurry making the mistake plucking the Fire Giant by accident. He said, "Oh, well, thank you. We'll take your Sobek." And you can't jump in like that. Maisie Simp 2 just shows the potential of this new pick. He just got erased off of the map. That's why you're spamming enemy missing right now with Little Richie just getting shut down like that.
I don't think I've seen anyone die quicker in my life. That was, that's Nuwa late game for you. That you just throw the minions out, big boom. Oh look, the enemy is just dead. As now Kukulkan going in to try to stop this Fire Giant.
Yeah, he's gonna stop the Fire Giant for right now, but it's gonna cost him his life. Space and Time also used, so that wouldn't be able to steal away a Fire Giant. And I think DK Crew would say, thank you very much for another member of your team. We're just gonna go ahead and pick it back up. Shubal, once again with the frustration factor. He takes Sunder off of Dashboard as well, immuning the stun and ults away. EFG finally picked up the DK Crew. They get the Pyromancer for a quick back, and we might just be seeing a closeout to game number 1 off of this one.
Yeah, with this enhanced Fire Giant, Backstage Pass, DK Crew. Jeez, I'm so confused. My brain is all over the place. This game's too intense. But with that, DK Crew they don't need to worry about pushing up minions in any of these lanes. They can just have the Fafnir, or they can just have the Sobek or the Tier just walk in and start taking those things. Descriptive here, gonna be just absolutely destroying through these towers, as the Hunter is. Same thing with Macy here. He should be doing plenty of damage just with that Fire Giant buff. So I think now is in the spot for Backstage Pass where they're gonna have to take a fight on one of these Phoenixes and, somehow shut down Shootable, just zoning out your entire backline.
Yeah, I mean, he has been a complete nuisance. Him and Happen have been relentless on diving the backline. As have Lil Richie and Hotshot. They've been relentless on that backline, but take a look. A couple of boots have been sold here. It's been Happen who's picked up the bubble in place of his boots, and then I believe a Void Shield was picked up for Shootable, and I think we see an Ichabod picked up for Descriptive. So Some extra items coming out for DK Crew, but Left Phoenix getting incredibly low. Space and time comes through. Maisie Sim deleted before she can even use her ultimate. That's a big cooldown they'll be missing, and that's going to cool on the retreat for DK Crew. They clutch on to their left side Phoenix to backstage pass. What an ult from So Done Without You.
He has been absolutely on point with these through space and times. He is, I think, in every single fight at this point, every important fight, he has hit someone, they have gone. He's done it to Descriptive. This is now like the second or third time he's done it to Maisie Sim. As Shootable getting a little bit poked out here, also known as actually taking damage on the tier for once. And now Happen left alone a little bit here, and it looks like Richie doesn't want him to get out of this one.
Yeah, looks like everything's being used just to try and get DK Crew away. A huge pillar actually blocks the pluck, and they have separated this team fight so well. Her backstage pass, Happen goes off towards the mid lane, and that leaves him alone. They try and recover him to DK Crew, but that entail just costs them more lives. And Mid Phoenix now being the target here for backstage pass. A big blink goes through from Shubal. He's going to disrupt the backline once again in this game, and Dashboard now transforms back at the worst possible time. So Down Without You, put down by the new RO in combination with Descriptive, and now rival Fireshot surely going to fall as well. They thought they could get them in Phoenix. They cannot. Fire Giant, EFG, sorry, is still around the waist of DK Crew. You can't just walk into our Phoenix like that.
Yeah, I mean, they have some great Phoenix Siege does backstage pass. I mean, it's a fact. You put a buff, and he was in that Draconic Corruption. He was in that ultimate. He was able to apply that to his whole team, but it's just not enough because I mean, DK Crew just didn't care. They said, all right, well, I mean, it's a 4v5, but we'll win it. We'll go do it. And, you know, Dashboard gets punished on the other end of the Fafnir for, you know, falling out of it. Once you fall out of that ultimate, you're just a sitting duck. You're eating all the damage. He took an entire Anhur ultimate and more on top of that, as it looks like backstage pass have no chill and are looking just to end right now.
Yeah, Titan half HP and huge damage going down on her just on the Titan. Maisie Sim takes down Lil Richie, and DK Crew clean up game number 1. And take a look at this. Just narrowly misses out on top damage from Nuwa. I think she took it just at the end there back from him. But what a performance from the backline of DK Crew. They did work.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly the things you needed them to do. I mean, Macy may not have had the greatest KD there, 4, 6, and 13. Like, it's nothing that crazy. But when you think about how many times he kept Descriptive alive with big booms, or, you know, with the minion destruction, or just simply, you know, eating every ability on the side of backstage pass, you got to give tons of credit there. But again, Descriptive 9, 2, and 11 was kind of doing a large portion of the damage.
Yeah, Nuwa did huge numbers of damage. I mean, we saw it there on Lil Richie. He went jumping in on the Sobek and got his life taken out immediately. That potential from Nuwa has not been forgotten. She puts in big damage there in game number 1. I think we might take just a quick little break here before we get into game number 2, but if it's anything like this first one, we could be in for a real set here. Take a quick break and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, for game number 2. Thanatos, we have plenty to talk about there from game number 1. Just so much back and forth from these two squads. It's just on the flip of a coin as to the way some of these team fights went. I mean, do you even change anything if you're either of these teams?
I genuinely don't. I think both of them could continue to play the way they were playing, and it just comes down to some of those small little things at the end there. You know, a Tsukiyomi ult going, you know, hitting an extra person and meaning you're not on the person left with 1 HP. Just small little things like that are just things you can't necessarily control as the person playing. You just need to play your game and keep playing it to just the best ability that you can. And, you know, both these teams were clearly playing at an extremely high level.
Yeah, the back and forth that was going on between these two. I mean, we saw Fire Giant go to DK Crew, and then they lost a couple members. They lost their T2s, and then they're sieging again, and then they get Fire Giant again, and it flips all around. It's just been back and forth and non-stop with both members. We get into picks and bans for game number 2. And we're seeing Scylla taking off once more as well as the set. So nothing too out of the ordinary. Is there anything on either of these teams that made you look at it and go, okay, we just don't want to deal with that going into game number 2?
To be honest, So Done With You on that Janus was really dang strong, to say the least. He hit so many through space and times from a distance. Did he just shotgun blast people? He hit them from a range and made sure they were out of that fight just right away. I think that's something you might want to look at. Maybe, you know, if you're the side of DK here, if Backstage don't get this first pick, then you might want to take that, for yourself.
Yeah, and it looks like they don't want to deal with the new going into game number 2. That 4 button was on fire over there on the side of Maisie Sim, just pressing that one as frantically as possible, collecting damage frequently as it was the mid laner. They take that one away. Guan Yu, nothing too surprising about this one taken away, and it looks as though Backstage Pass had taken a little bit more time with their final ban, just figuring out, is there anything else we don't want to deal with, or is there something we want to make sure that we get hold of? And like you mentioned, there's nothing that was glaringly out of the obvious for either team that went wrong. It was just that back and forth of the game, and they decide Morrigan again, no, this god will not make an appearance.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised with how well, just both mid laners were playing there across the board. I think both of them most likely have a good Morrigan in the back pocket, and that's one of those, as I was talking about in game 1, you kind of don't want to leave that open, because the possibility of having, if we take some picks from last game, seeing 2 Ku Collins, 2 Camazotz is just absolutely unmatched, and it's so impossible to deal with.
Yeah, I believe the only change in bans was Nuar taking the place of Apollo, and that leaves it open for Backstage Pass to go ahead and lock that one in first. And very quickly in answer, the Sobek has been locked in for DK Crew once more, and a Chernobog trying to maybe match some of this global pressure.
Yeah, in my opinion, if you ever leave the Apollo open and let the other team have it, you better be instantly taking the Chernobog. It's probably one of the best ways to try to deal with him. Apollo, probably the strongest hunter in the game right now. Just the potential with that ultimate to just go anywhere you want in the fight. Just, I'm casually taking this. Oh, you know what? I'm going to go change the entire tides of this battle. And the only person in the entire game who can try to keep up with that is this Chernobog. And he does it just as well, if not better, since he gets a little bit of damage mitigation on top of, just flying straight to them.
Yeah, as well as providing some vision of every single member on the other team. You can hide in the wall for not as long as he likes, but for a pretty damn long time, for something, say, like, I don't know, a Tsukiyomi ult to not deal damage to you. That's a pick into the Chernobog, huh?
Yeah, that is definitely one of those. I believe he's still going to take the damage here in the wall, but you're not getting disarmed, you're not getting stunned, any of that. So, Kernabog, a really safe hunter pick just across the board. And, as you pointed out with that vision, that can be absolutely massive late game. You just hit the ultimate. You don't have to go into those fights. You can go right back down where you're at, but you're still going to have the vision. You're like, oh crap, where are they? Are they on fire? Boom, pop the ultimate. Oh, they're not. All right, we're safe team. All right, keep farming. That kind of thing. It's just incredible. And if you pair that on top of the Janus, oh, they're on Fire Giant. All right, Janus ult in there, and now your whole team is on top of there with you.
Yeah, definitely got tons of global pressure, and I'm kind of curious as to why they didn't pick up this Janus once more backstage pass for So Done Without You. They picked up the Tsukiyomi and Cthulhu, but with, like you said, he looked very comfortable and very strong in it. Curious as to why they didn't just go ahead and lock that one away. Maybe they feared Happen picking up the Tsukiyomi once more. What do you make of this trade?
I mean, Happen definitely did well. He wasn't, the greatest player that's ever existed on that character, but he did plenty well. So I think So Done pretty much done with having to deal with that Tsukiyomi. So I don't blame him for wanting to maybe try a little bit of something else, give the Tsukiyomi to his own team. I mean, Little Richie, it seems like a character he would work on. Tsukiyomi can be a hard carry kind of character, and Little Richie seems like that kind of player. So I think maybe it's a little mix of both. We want our jungler on a more, and a little bit stronger, kind of pick, and I'm kind of don't want to deal with it.
Right, and they, speaking of don't want to deal with it, they picked up a column. They said, hey, that was pretty annoying. 5-man knock-up in the previous game. We'll have some of that on our team this time. Shootable going to be piloting the Kakalan this go-around, but Artio and Cupid rounding out a couple of cripples for backstage pass. That could cause some trouble for Maisie Simp on this Janus, or even the Chernabog trying to escape into a wall. And a throwback pick of Thor as well. They have drafted even more global presence. Do you favor DK Crew to take this one, or do you think this team fight heavy comp of backstage pass could pull out a victory here in game number 2?
I do have to lean the way a little bit of DK Crew here, and these high games, global pressure it's unmatched. And when you decide you're going to put it on, let's see here, 3 members of your team, you're going to be at almost every single fight, and you're going to get to choose. A whole team can come with you. You just like, looks like my solo lane's getting pushed up a little bit. Janus ult, Kernabog ult on top of it. Maybe not all that, but still, you can very easily rotate a team and kind of just change a fight right then and there.
You can definitely change a fight, but I mean, I'm looking at these drafts, and speaking of changing a fight, Cthulhu ult does just that. And Janus isn't the best tank-killing mid laner, right? I mean, he says, unstable vortex. There's 250, 300 damage. Take that, Cthulhu, and I'll be back in 5 seconds to do the same, I guess. But I guess one thing he does have is he can say, my team just doesn't have to fight you, right? He just portals them all away.
Yeah, and I think that could actually play an impact in one of these later fights. A potential massive Cthulhu, 5-man, knock-up, something like that. But, Macy just says, how about this portal instead, and just moves his whole team away, and this Cthulhu ult semi just wasted at that point. So I think this Janus could be a specifically kind of a counterplay kind of thing into this Cthulhu that maybe, backstage pass didn't really consider while picking some of these characters.
Yeah, tough to see them because they're so small, but Cupid with his tiny little juke boots there to avoid Rakuri's pluck. Maybe saving him his beads also, but someone who isn't saved his dashboard as he got plucked and still level 1, taken down to half health. He tries to return some damage, but that's going to get him very low. Lots of damage going down here for DK Crew in the duo lane as their mid gets pressured out, but a great double tap. And one thing I would just noticed, there is, good pull, forces out the beads actually there from Lil Richie, as they are now going to retreat down to south as they both mid-junglers fight for those mid-happy pressure. But one thing I was going to say is, Backstage Pass have drafted 2 ADCs this game, and they didn't take the Fafnir. They only had 1 last time, and they took the Fafnir. Kind of funny, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, that would be the time you'd expect it, to be fully honest, as you're saying. I mean, 2 hunters getting a Fafnir buff, as oh my lord, Dashboard getting away with 1 HP thanks to Dark Please getting the stun off on Descriptive. But, you know, as you're saying, the Fafnir theoretically makes more sense in this game, but I think the RDO is kind of meant for this, you know, as just clipped, double tapped and portaled is Little Richie there. But you know, I think this cripple's here to try to stop you know, some of DK crew getting through these portals, since a cripple does stop you from walking into those portals.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of the onus is onto Dashboard, and the onus is onto him to not die here, but I don't think he's going to be able to escape it this time. Descriptive finally cleans up Dashboard. Last time, a cute double stun from Cupid so gratefully saved Dashboard's life, but not this time. But yeah, I think you're right with the read on that one. You know, they used the Anus ult to try and escape this big Cthulhu ult. But when you have a Cupid cripple and an Artio cripple, it might be a little bit harder to take your entire team through there. So it'll be interesting to see how that one plays out. Dashboard level 2, but that's not going to discourage him from getting frisky on the Artio pick. Is now the mid jungles are bringing themselves over to the duo side, or the duo side of the jungle. What direction do you think is going to go from here? Because DK crew have established themselves a little lead. 1500 at 3.5 minutes is pretty darn good. I mean, and they're the ones with the global pressure. Does this one get out of control from here? But hang on, it looks like Thor's up in the sky. He wants to punish. 3-man dunk is huge. Descriptive with a double kill. And across the sky does come So Done Without You, but it's in vain. As Dark Please falls as well, and he's forced to retreat to the T2. Take a look at that global pressure.
Literally the second before that fight started, it sounded like you were going to pass me, and I was going to say, I want to see them start using those global ultimates to get places, and that's exactly what they do. Janus ult to secure that you know, purple buff and a kill or two. On top of that, a Thor ult landing on 3 members, I repeat, 3 members, and able to take out all 3 of the members there on that purple buff. It's just, that's what you do when you have a lead and you have globals. You just start throwing them places, and you start taking buffs, and you start taking lives.
Yeah, they were vicious down at that purple buff. The dunk with a 3-man spin. I mean, not many are going to be living that at 4 minutes in the game, and that extends their lead even further. Almost 3,000, about 2.5k right now. This is nothing insignificant. Dashboard desperately trying to fight his way to level 4, still not there. But Recurry's level 5 on this Sobek. We might not ever see this RTO come online if DK crew keep going like this.
Yeah, RDO is definitely one of those Guardians that kind of needs at least a few items to get on there. Start off the kill or something like that, but being first-blooded doesn't exactly, or, you know, first/second-blooded there doesn't exactly lead to that. So it's going to take a while before this RDO gets online, gets those items up. So, you know, getting this lead right now for this Sobek, absolutely massive, and it allows for things like that, such as buff invades on the blue buff.
Yeah, buff invade does go down. They're going to force out the Janus ultimate here in the mid lane, so they get a small victory, albeit not that great. Hang on, happens up in the sky, and he's dunked down, forces the beat out of Little Richie, hammers away just to save his life. Now Sobek's gone lurking in the water. Big heal coming out from Artio to get her jungler back out. So beads used over there on the jungle, but take a look at the pockets of DK crew. They're stocked up with sentries and wards. I don't think these ultimates are going to be on cooldown very often in this game, at least from the way it's been going. It looks like they want to use them often and liberally.
Yeah, and that's what you need to do with these globals is, oh look, it's not on cooldown, I'll go use it. Throw it at your buffs, who cares? Just use them nonstop, because globals just do so much in this game. And I mean, it allows for things like this where half is just going to appear, and you know, you're still scared, even though you know his ult down, that doesn't mean he can't hurt you. But, you know, Dark Please, being an absolute master Cupid, hits the stun and jukes away from all the damage.
So Done Without You went up into his ult, and he's just going to crash around the Gold Fury site. But I mean, take a look at it. The lead is just slowly increasing. It's almost 3k now for DK Crew. And look at the leads that are occurring. A level in the mid lane, a level in the support role, 2 levels in the ADC role. But this is a mid lane Apollo rushing Devourer's Gauntlet versus a Janus who has long since had their boots. He's just going to be left behind, and when he's using his ultimate for nothing, this is just more of a detriment for Backstage Pass as they're desperately trying to defend a blue buff once more.
Yeah, I think on top of that, with the Apollo going the Devourers, I think most mid Apollos you would see, as it looked like Backstage Pass, able to get their own blue buff, but that does not mean they're going to be able to win this fight out.
Yeah, it looks as though Rival Hotshot's been forced into the ult just to survive. 4 members did turn up for DK Crew, but they got some pretty big wins. It looks like Descriptive's ult was used as well, just for some vision. Oh no, he was actually the one who made the rotation. I'm sorry, Janus stayed mid. He made the rotation over to do a solo side of the map with his ult. So a little bit of an exchange, but DK Crew not going too far. You know, you don't want to fight a Cthulhu in his ult for too long, and that opens up a possibility for Dark Priest to just get some much needed solo farm over on this left side.
Yeah, about a level and a half down. Not exactly where you want to be on a Cupid. Cupid's a little more of an aggressive hunter. You kind of want to go in, just spam the Fields of Love Heart Bomb combo, burn those beads at every chance you get. But I want to go back to this Apollo build with him rushing this Devourer's Gauntlets. I think you see most Apollo mids, even Apollo jungles for that matter, going Transcendence. It allows them to stay in that Through the Skies for even longer and really use it almost as a bug ult to an extent, where you're just chilling up there, kind of getting vision around, and then deciding when you want to win, instead of kind of having to go in the second you see a person. So I think it's an interesting play, him going straight in his Devos. And on top of that, you know, skipping the boots right away against the mage that most likely is going to push boots right away, like, you know, Macy Simp did.
Yeah, and like, to your point, right, Descriptive has also gone for the Devos, but he is kind of at liberty to, right? He's off on his little ADC island. Hang on, I might have to hold my thought, as Happen went into the ult just too far away to land down onto Rival Hotshot, and that's put him in between a rock and a hard space. As little Richie's gone in, beads are burnt now from Happen, and there's the Across the Sky to try and kill him, shut him down. They finally do, but a lot was used to try and pick that one up. Space and time was used, so all members of Backstage Pass turning around as they walk away. They will get the kill onto the jungler and secure their own blue buff. But it wasn't too clean. It took a long time for Happen to fall.
Yeah, I mean, 2 ults for 2 ults, so, you know, it's not the end of the world, but you definitely probably could have cleaned that up a little bit quicker if you're Backstage Pass. I mean, Little Richie, I believe he only hit about maybe 1 or 2 hits of the Tsukiyomi ultimate, hit another one, and, you know, Happen dies earlier, but it happens. People miss things, and you know what? You just run through it, and you just ignore it, act like it didn't happen. And you know what? You still get the kill, so who cares? Let's be real here. You got the kill. We take those. We take those.
Right, it's not all woe is me. He still died. He still perished and fell, but he is now finally back and back to farming. But where do you go from here if you're Backstage Pass? Because the lead is now still around 3,000, and DK Crew is showing that they want to extend this, and they have leads across the map. 2 levels in the mid lane, 1 level in the ADC role, and 2 levels on this Kakullan. So once he backs and spends his gold, where are you looking for these fights, or are you not? Are you looking to just kind of stall out until you can find some parity?
I think you kind of want to just, if you're inside a Backstage Pass here, kind of chill out a little bit, get a little more farm while you can. I mean, it gets slightly slower to level up from, you know, 12 to 13, you know, 13 to 14, that kind of thing. So, you know, you can try to play around that, and which I think might be the best idea here, as Dashboard completely ignoring that, trying to just go aggressive and try to help Dark get a kill here on Descriptive.
Right, the RTO special. The RTO special is up there with the Xingqian and Sobek special, which is I frantically cast my abilities on you. I don't know what it's going to lead to, but they are on are not on cooldown, and I want to make them on cooldown and be annoying.
The only 5 buttons I ever have bound are W, 1, 2, 3, 4, and a blink. That's all I need.
Yeah, and I just kind of cycle my fingers onto pressing them as frantically as possible, as often as I can. And blue buff is now being rotated to from dashboard. They've been conditioned by DK Crew to turn up for it, even though no members are here. They're turning up in a couple of numbers to make sure that one goes to the side of rival Hotshot. But we've now seen second relics come through from both backliners of DK Crew, and the second relic being picked up from Shootable over in the solo lane. Are we waiting for this Thor to get his and then we're gonna fight? What are we waiting for here? Because I'm seeing some full diamonds.
Yeah, I think now would be a good time to try to start a fight around this, Fury, try to take this Scorpion, and then this will allow, Shootable to come over here. Next time he gets a chance to back, finish, most likely it's Mystical Mail, he's going to finish that, come over to this Gold Fury fight, and really, just start dominating everything in sight.
And he's going to be a big nuisance for the backline of Backstage Pass. Thorns has received a pretty decent hit, but when you're against 2 hunters, I guess it's still a fine pickup to be securing, right? You know you're going to be pelted by arrows. Why not make them at least take some of it back? Really good cripple, actually forces out the beads on Happen. That's not what he wanted to have go down on his side, but now it looks like a re-engage has happened from Lil Richie. Goes left just to peel the boys of DK Crew away. Space and time rips through the middle of 3, Happens up in the sky. Dashboard's gonna fall for the first casualty, and now a dunk and a puck going down onto Lil Richie. He doesn't have his ult to escape. A good wall to block his path to safety, and now it's actually Descriptive hiding in the wall, 1 HP by so much time. He's gonna live, and beads ripped off of the Apollo.
Yes, just so many beads, just so many relics, ults, and everything getting pushed out here on Backstage Pass. They have just about nothing left, and with coming in, that pretty much ends any chance Backstage Pass had of trying to, breathe a little bit of light back into that. There goes Scorpion down. Granted, it's not a Fury, but that doesn't mean you can't come right back and take that one.
How sad is that, right? Shootable comes over and just takes down the sad little giant-headed baby Cupid, and then they're like, all right, let's get this gold, and it's just a gorp.
Oh, wait a second.
It's just an ugly worded gorp.
Just
they do pick that one up, but
Shootable does
around
not care.
He wants what comes afterwards. Doesn't steal away the red buff, but he might steal away the life of the mid laner. Thorns popped, Ultimate popped to try and take him down. 1 HP. I mean, get used to that one so done without you, because I don't think this is gonna stop. Because now it looks like they're gonna reset and try and maybe get this Gold Fury, but not if Dashboard has anything to say about it.
Yeah, level 15 Kukulkan definitely very scary, especially when he pops Thorn while facing a hunter, but Dashboard is not gonna let him touch his mid laner like that. And Dashboard, he's been playing really well in this RDO. But I think there is potential for more members of his team to be around his scoreline if it wasn't some of the plays he's been making. He's kind of sacrificing himself to an extent to get some of his, some of the members of his team out, as well as just getting some really big, just really big cripple fields out that may not be getting kills, but they are opening up spaces for Backstage Pass to really get some room and farm out.
Yeah, and farm out is what they need to do, because like we mentioned in game number 1, Dashboard didn't opt for the Thebes first. He went for Stone and Binding, and now he's trying to get his Thebes, but already finishes it for Rakuri. Hang on, Happens actually getting engaged on. Tsukiyomi ultimate is used just to try and take him down. No beads for Lil Richie. He's gonna get put in the dirt, and that opens up this Gold Fury. But hang on, we do have rival Hotshot making the rotation. He's gonna want to take this one down. Half health is the Gold Fury. Into the sky is the Apollo. He's gonna go landing down onto Happen. They take him down in tandem. That is the jungler for DK Crew being taken out. A huge knockup comes through from Shootable onto 2 members, and Descriptive just kind of weighing in from the side, but this mid laner is very low on HP and out of ideas, pushes his way out of the purple buff, does Shootable, and amazingly no one else dies for DK Crew.
Yeah, that I don't even know how DK Crew managed to get out of that one. the shell from Kuru there just absolutely saved Shootable. Shootable dead to rights there, pretty much surrounded by 4 members. Able to take out the mid lane there of Apollo, but still surrounded by 3. And he goes, I'm Kukulkan. I can probably live this, and just keeps running around, gets the shell from Rakuru, and it is safe. And just impressive right there, just all around by the side of DKRU, really staying grouped when they need to be, but also separating out so some of these big abilities such as this Cthulhu knockup and this Mire are not getting as much value.
Yeah, and when you have your mid laner jumping into the back line like that, it kind of leaves you at the whims of the enemy team. Do they want to take mercy and respect your ballsy play, or are they just going to take you down? And they did take him down inside the purple buff. But now with these abilities on cooldown, they have a small window with Apollo ult being down, Cupid ult still down, and they have the Cthulhu ult still down, and Gold Fury is definitely very much on the menu. Lots of diamonds, very full for DKRU. They pick up the Oracle Vision as well, which is going to be, should have been a big contention point, but isn't. And Dashboard still doesn't have his Thebes finished.
Yeah, that's kind of going to be a big point of contention here. If DKRU are able to go for this Gold Fury, whether they, try to push the fight early, or if they, get a little pick off and are able to go, the difference in that Thebes is going to make a difference. Granted, I believe that Sobek of Rakuru has already finished that Thebes as well, so protections across the board there. It's going to make a difference in these fights, and I think that's something, if DKRU are aware of, they should, push for something right away, as it looks like Backstage Pass instead are the ones pushing.
Yeah, Darkplea is doing good work there to force out the Aegis of Descriptive, and hang on, and Rival Hotshot's the first solo laner here, and he wants to get things started. Hasn't used the ultimate just yet. Dashboard desperately trying to find a spot to try and get things started happen in the sky. Hang on, he might go in here, and he does onto Darkplea. Harpeld is the ADC, and the Tsukiyomi ult's gonna punish him. Descriptive picks up Rival Hotshot, so it is a 2-for-1 in favor of DKRU. Make that a 3-for-1. Is so done without you. Also, Fools and Descriptive had his ult on cooldown previously, but not anymore. He's using it to chase Lil Richie. Can Giannis pick him up with a little space ball? Oh, he can. Darkplea's 1 HP chased out to his T2. That is gonna finally be the Gold Fury picked up for DK.
Yeah, and that fight there, yet again, as I kept trying to point out, and they kept making a point of it there, that Thebes from the Sobek here for Kuru actually making a massive difference. He was on that side with Shootable and Descriptive, and they were able to take out 3 members by themselves. That 3-man unit shredding through Backstage Pass, and granted lose their jungler, but he drags out 2 members that they don't have a chance to really do much of anything else after that fight. I mean, Little Richie able to get happen, as we said, but then he gets picked off there by Janus with a little bit of help with some minions there. So it's just the Thieves difference, yet again, just massive.
Support diff, really.
Support diff for days.
Being the support diff. They're diffing his team there. But yeah, I mean, he fell did happen, but it enabled so much for his team. They turned around to take him down, but that by his team for the rest of the members of DKRU to rally around and clean up some of the kills, and clean up they did, and they get themselves the objective. They've extended what was kind of a paralyzed 3K gold lead now into, what is this, like a 7K gold lead pretty much. This is now becoming a bit of a problem. Upgraded Sunder picked up from Rakuri, so no tank is now a tank in his presence, and we have double flat pen finished for Maisie Sim, and almost a full array of items for the side laners. This is going to be really difficult for Backstage Pass to try and actually win these fights.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have much room to really step up and do anything, and in that moment, DKRU decide they're going to take that Forp, and since they're ahead, that Forp is even more in their favor, since this means or take this Fire Giant. A tip for all you casuals and ranked players out there, that Forp is meant for teams who are ahead. If you're ever behind, don't take that thing, because then it just lets the other team have a chance for Fire Giant even quicker. Make them take it, which is exactly what Backstage Pass has done, and it gives them a little bit more room to farm out in this mid lane as well as that duo lane.
Yeah, it's no longer a consolation prize if they're doing gold. Don't be fooled into thinking you're getting a consolation prize. Do not do that objective. Leave it there. Make it so that they can't do the fire giant that has now spawned dashboard.
Yeah, trying to get a little bit of anti-warding out there. Not 100% if he was able to get them, but with that Pyromancer spawn, it looks like DK Crew are going to start grouping up here around this right-hand side. And yeah, now over here in this mid lane, just just a little bit of fighting here. The two here, it looks like Backstage are just going to kind of hold it steady. They don't want to, push their lead too far or anything like that. So, at the moment, looks like they're just going to try to keep it simple. Looks like they're looking the direction of the Pyromancer, and they're actually going to start it right away. They're going to have the Cthulhu using the Mire to try to zone the members of DK Crew out, but DK Crew not scared whatsoever. Through space and time comes out, not really able to get anybody, but Shootable comes flying in through the portals. 3-man knockup, stun out from Happen, able to get 3 members as well, and now he's up into the air. And he misses the ultimate on the Dark Please, but that does not matter because Rakuru able to pick him off right there. And on top of that, now Cthulhu going up into the ultimate, but is it too late? And it looks like it is. Able to get picked off there by Happen this entire fight, going the way of DK. And on top, and even Maisie Simp finishing off dashboard as well. 4 for 0 in the DK Crew. Wow. And it looks like that's definitely going to be Pyromancer and Fire for them.
Yeah, I apologize for my wonderful internet. That was such a well-taken fight by DK Crew. I don't know if you saw that cheeky pull that took Shootable from the mid wall of Pyromancer to a miraculous wall further south. But hang on, Lil Richie's actually found some success in the back. He's picked up both Maisie Simp and Rakuri, and that's leaving this Fire Giant in jeopardy. It's still pretty healthy at 30%, as is Lil Richie as he wants to come back in and cause some trouble. Knockup goes on to him, and he's gone over to the Flame Wall, so he's taking huge damage, and he falls inside the wall, is hiding Descriptive. And across the sky comes Apollo, but can he steal this one away? And both teams are willing to let this one drop. But yeah, did you see that? There was right where this Pyromancer was to where So Done Without You is. He just kind of teleported across this magical chasm.
I mean, Dashboard and them, they saw it, but they couldn't do anything. They Dashboard threw the stun out, but, stuns only last so long, and people stay together for an extended period of time, able to hit the 3-man knockup, and that just pretty much turned that entire fight around, because then it let Happen hit a 3-man stun, which let Happen go up into the air, throw some double taps. May have missed Dark Please, but he was still able to finish him off with the help of Rakuru. It's just excellent fight just across the board on the side of DK Crew, just taking each member in, doing their part one at a time.
I mean, take a look at this. We were talking about support diff. Look at Rakuri. It looks like he doesn't really have any items, but that is a Sentinel's Embrace finish, and Dashboard's still trying to finish his Thebes. That is a bad man.
Wild.
Pass. He is missing out on so many procs that Rakuri has there on the Sobek. And then a Gem of Focus finish from the Yanis, even quicker now, and has mitigation, so much more to deal with. It's just so tough for Backstage Pass to keep trying to fight into these situations when they are at such deficits. Level 20s coming through for all but the support of DK Crew. These fights that were close, I mean, the last one wasn't close. They lost 4 members, but they somehow didn't lose Fire. It's just going to be even further of a snowball from this point forward, I think, if they try and take a fight at these objectives.
Yeah, I think for them, it's really just going to depend on, can we, take a fight here, or are we going to have to kind of chill back, wait for them to start the fire, and then try to, get a little sneaky steal in there. But I think the best play for them here is to, just anti-war Richie is here, just try to get a little bit of vision and try to keep an eye on what DK Crew are doing, because at the moment, they're kind of just pausing around, finishing up a little bit of items, resetting, that kind of thing.
So here's a question for you, Thanatos. Right now, we're sitting about 26, almost 27 minutes. DK Crew have a 12k gold lead, very significant, and they have many level leads. This isn't an enhanced fire giant. If you're backstage pass, do you want them to take this fire? Maybe you surrender some of the T2s and split push whilst they're doing this fire and defend on Phoenixes. Because if you stall this out long enough, they're just going to get an EFG. And I think that's significantly worse for backstage pass.
Yeah, I think you do. Now that you mention it, like I completely forgot how close we are to EFG with Enhanced Fire Giant spawning at 30 minutes. If you kind of keep them in this little like in-between spot here, it's only going to get them stronger, as you're saying. They're gonna get to walk into towers and Phoenixes and delete them for completely free. This Kernobog, one of the better objective secure hunters in the game with that attack speed stim in his too. I mean, you could see it already just with about 2 autos, putting a sizable dent into that Phoenix. So it'll be interesting to what the plan here for backstage is.
It looks as though they want to keep Rival Hotshot around. This Cthulhu is level 20, has the Sundering X and an E-Staff, and tons of health to play around with, so he's going to be a huge deal for backstage pass in his team fights. As is Dark Please on this level 20 Cupid. He has the Death's Embrace also, so he's going to be pumping out big damage numbers.
Come closer.
But they've managed to stall this, like I mentioned, we're at 28, almost 28 and a half minutes. I think if we're DK Crew's comes, they're going, all right, we'll settle for this, and we'll just wait till around 30 minutes, and then we'll take this fight. We'll win that one too, by the way, because of our lead, and we'll take EFG and we'll end the game.
Yeah, that's exactly I think that's kind of what DK Crew are kind of thinking here. They're like, well, we could wait another minute and get an enhanced, or we could get now and not have an enhanced. So I think they very clearly know what they're doing here. And I mean, they were dragging So Done With You over here on that left-hand Phoenix go with, Descriptive just sitting on that Phoenix, really making them split the fight out across as the pluck in gets Dashboard.
Yeah, it's good on to Dashboard. He's been put into a bad spot, and in consequence, that's left Dark Please in the back spot. Hang on, Thor's up in the sky. He's looking for a target. Lands in the middle of 3, unfortunately, but Shootable does the dirty work. Takes down Cupid, and Dashboard being shoved away from his jungler to save his life, but that leaves Rival Hotshot in a world of his own. Scurrying around between his members is Rotori, but he falls, as did Maisie Sim earlier in the fight. This is getting scrappy and separated as a 2-for-2 trade has happened between these two members. Little Richie surely gonna fall here, but he's jostling for position well. Finally falls, does he? That leaves So Done Without You without any ideas. Finally, it goes in favor of DK Crew. They pick up 2 for 4. Dashboard's the only member remaining. And it looks like they'll do this Scorpion, reset, wait for the Thor, and then possibly pick up this EFG.
Yeah, I think now is the perfect time. You only have to worry about Dashboard and Dashboard with, let's call it literally no security. Because all he can do is slowly take damage away, and instead of slowly taking damage away, he's going to very quickly lose his HP, and that all but more so secures his Enhanced Fire Giant. And it's going to go on all members of DK Crew here too, on top of that, since all their respawn timers are finished right now.
Right now, right at the perfect time. Hey, look at that. All of our team is alive, and we're just doing the Enhanced Fire Giant. Isn't that nifty? We'll take that one. Thank you very much. Meanwhile, your support is dead and not farming, getting any closer to that Sentinel's Embrace. Thank you very much for that one also. And that's kind of a sign of, how the siege is going to go, I think. Dashboard got absolutely erased. Sure, he was locked down in place, but Descriptive just pumping out huge numbers. Top of the damage charts, 25k. Shootable just behind him with 21k. He's been finding these multi-man knockups as well, just causing complete havoc for the backline of Backstage Pass. They are just not being able to team fight the way they want.
I mean, I don't think I've seen Dark Please have a chance, just as the last game, just have a chance to do anything. I mean, Shootable apparently has just a very, very specific hatred of Dark Please, and then he's making it known in these games. Dark Please is 0-4-2. He is one of the lowest on the player damage charts. The only lower people are the supports and a Thor who apparently has difficulty making circle hit person. But past that, he just hasn't had an impact at all. And if you're gonna go this berserker kind of build, you need to be fighting and getting into those fights.
And that's a big win right there, taking the beads off of rival Hotshot. If they can possibly find another pluck or stun onto him, that might just be his life this next time. EFG, the Sunder on the side of DK Crew, he doesn't have many more opportunities to live if he doesn't get into the Descent into Madness first. 5 members on both teams congregating on this duo side. Phoenix, they look like they want to get this very, very prized bird as a double tap just off the mark, but still does good damage. The single tap onto Dark Please as they heal up in the backline. Dashboard still no Sentinel's Embrace, and you can see just how scared the members of Backstage Pass are, not willing to step in front of the bird. No plucks, no walls will go down onto us, but what will go down is a 3-man knockup. Thor's in the sky as well. Thorn's being used. 3-member zone as a celebratory dunk goes in the backline. So Done Without You actually picks up shootable, but it's cost them 2 lives. A 2-for-2 now as Happen finally falls. The Phoenix did get taken down in exchange, so 2-for-2 and a bird, but Dashboard's very low. Regrouping are the members of DK Crew. They might just settle back and try and get a mid-Phoenix, but hang on, it's actually So Done Without You who's gone dunking back in. Good Aegis there from Maisie Simp 2 to keep her alive, and that's gonna take down Apollo's life, and that might just be the game.
Yeah, I think it's just a case of So Done just being a little too aggressive there. Had he stayed there, there's no way this fight goes nearly as well as it has been going. So Macy Simp is low here. It's 2 Guardians you're gonna have to try to, finish him off there. On top of that, you have Descriptive making this Phoenix disappear, and now it's gonna make Dashboard disappear as well. I think, So Done there. Had he not dashed in there super aggressively to try to finish off that kill, I don't think this Phoenix is dead. I think Backstage Pass are in a lot better spot. They may actually be able to, push down mid lane and get a tower or something, but it's the life of a hunter. You dash in and realize, oh no, this is a bad idea.
That's such a feels bad, right? You're like,
Exactly.
You're like, the team fight has gone on so much. Surely his Aegis is down, and I could dunk in, get this kill, and dash away, and the Aegis isn't down, and it forces him to use the dash to try and secure it, and he falls as a consequence. And you're right, I think they keep that mid-bird if So Done Without You doesn't fall. I don't think they have a safe way of getting into that, but as a consequence, they lose 2 birds, and now they're in a much tougher position to try and defend going forwards.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not trying to, hate on Done with
Right.
that dash in. Like, that was, it was a justified dash in. He has 2 Guardians up with him. They just weren't there just soon enough to really help him finish that one out. And, life happens. Your supports kind of forget about you, and sometimes you forget about your supports. 'Tis the cycle of life. And with that cycle of life, DK Crew are grouping up. They get the Pyromancer, and now they're grouping up around this EFG as it's about to respawn here.
Yeah, he might not be finding good dunks, but I'll tell you, these walls have actually been really good from Happen. He's separated people from safety frequently and enabled initiations pretty well off of these walls. So although the dunks might not be on point, the walls at least are, and at times that can be enough. And it looks as though So Done Without You thought more was happening and went up into the ult. And you mentioned earlier, no Transcendence, went for the Devos, and that will make him land with half mana and probably take a trip back to base.
Yeah, that does. As an Apollo late game, you usually don't have mana issues, but when you're going to sit in the air that long, it can have some. It does cause him to back. But on top of that, there's fire minions just flooding into Backstage's Pass's Titan room. So all of them back, And that means this Fire Giant is even more free for DK Crew. And at this point, Backstage's pass, their only real hope here is to get a Phoenix defense on this right-hand side, which is attacked to say the least.
I mean, look, take a look. Fire Wave spilling down mid left. They've sent So Done Without You to try and defend that, but he can't even clear the full wave. He has to back for the right side, Bud, because they're just shoving their way in. Two-man knockup gets things started from Shootable. He's in the back against 3. Sunder goes down onto him, so he's in a lot of trouble. He escapes back to his team, but surely gonna fall. Descent into Madness is finally here, and a massive knockup goes onto DK Crew. A heal for his team to try and get things restarted, but the left bird is in trouble. Surely gonna fall soon, but Maisie Sim takes down Lil Richie, and a dunk finally on the mark. Rival shot gets taken down. Stun is good. Onto So Done Without You. He dashes through the team, actually picks up a kill on Descriptive. What work to find one there, but the Titan is under siege from fire minions.
Yeah, it might actually even die from these fire minions as well, but even on top of that, you also have the rest of DK Crew flying in. It's just up to Dark Please, who just hasn't had a chance yet, and Dashboard, who's tried his absolute hardest, but not enough. The Phoenix falls down, and DK Crew are able to take game 2 and the set.
Wow, I mean, DK Crew looked pretty good, huh? They closed out game number 2 much easier than game number 1. They had their slip-ups and falls, but this time round, they really controlled that match. Kind of from start to finish, they had a couple of moments where Backstage Pass fought back, but 30 kills to 10, they were in full control.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest factor here had to be Descriptive on this Kernobog. Going 11-1-16. Did not die until that final Phoenix push. But on top of that, 41k player damage. Absolutely wild. If you're going to be playing against DK Crew, you need to get your eyes on Descriptive and do what they did to Dark Please, which is completely erase him from the game.
Yeah, I mean, no 4 button to hit the entire team this time, Maisie Simp. You can't outdamage me this go around. 41k on the Hunter. And I think you're right. This is kind of a warning to other teams that you better come with a game plan to dive this man, because he is going to pump out some serious numbers. And this global comp really did work in game number 2 as DK Crew take a not swift, but a pretty comfortable 2-0 in the end. And that's actually going to wrap up this weekend's games for us. We have more games next week here on the Audacity Gaming League, so keep your eyes peeled for the announcements and tournament statements and things like that for when those games will be going on. It has been me, the Damnati, joined by Dr. Thanatos. Thank you for sticking around for so many of these sets. We're done for tonight, and we'll catch you next week.
Bye, friends.